W Urzędzie Miasta i Gminy w Jutrosinie jeden telefon przypadał na niecałych 4 urzędników.
Gmina Jutrosin postanowiła to zmienić, a IDEA dostała zadanie, by to wykonać.
Stworzyliśmy wirtualną centralę i dostarczyliśmy telefony, a także nowe laptopy i monitory dla pracowników. I to wszystko widać, chociaż zmieniło się wiele więcej. Zmodernizowaliśmy sieć informatyczną LAN, wdrożyliśmy oprogramowanie do backupu, dostarczyliśmy licencję do UTM-a urzędu, przeprowadziliśmy szkolenie z cyberbezpieczeństwa, bo pracownicy urzędu dbają o aktualizowanie wiedzy także w tym zakresie. Stworzyliśmy też wirtualne środowisko cloud. Nie, chmur nie widać, ale są, ale nie widać. A, wiem, chcesz pewnie zapytać?
Ile zajęło wdrożenie?
7 dni.
Ile?
Tak, tydzień.
Postawiliśmy na rozwój, innowacje i możliwość dalszych modernizacji. Kwota przeznaczona na projekt Cyfrowa Gmina jest inwestycją w bezpieczeństwo danych i sprawną komunikację między mieszkańcami a urzędem.
Projekt grantowy Cyfrowa Gmina w ramach programu operacyjnego Polska Cyfrowa na lata 2014-2020.
Bo wszyscy jesteśmy dumni, że żyjemy w Wielkopolsce, europejskim regionie aktywnych ludzi.
But I wanted to know everything I could about you. See, I was told the dreams were made to be believed in, so I put every single dream in you. But you said the bar so high above the sky, and you nailed it to the floor. 'Cause for some odd reason I don't believe in this one thing I adore. Wow. What is love anymore? But you said the bar so high above the sky, and you nailed it to the floor. 'Cause for some odd reason I don't believe in this one thing I adore. What is love anymore?
W InPost wierzymy, że dobre nawyki warto mnożyć, dlatego stworzyliśmy kampanię edukacyjną Podaj dalej, mnożymy dobre nawyki. To kampania, która łączy edukację ekologiczną, lokalne działania i społeczne zaangażowanie, bo prawdziwa zmiana to impuls, który łączy zaangażowanie każdego z nas i rozprzestrzenia się jak fala. Zobaczcie, jak zachęcaliśmy do mnożenia dobrych nawyków w całym kraju.
Zorganizowaliśmy niecodzienną akcję rowerową. W Warszawie, Częstochowie, Krakowie, Rzeszowie i Wrocławiu rozdawaliśmy nasiona łąk kwietnych w podwójnych opakowaniach. Jedno dla Ciebie, drugie do podarowania dla bliskiej osoby. Bo idea szerzenia dobrych nawyków jest sercem naszego programu.
Do projektu dołączyła również Sylwia Majcher, dziennikarka i ekoedukatorka. Sylwia na swoim profilu na Instagramie dzieliła się poradami, jak w codziennym życiu pielęgnować dobre nawyki. Mogliśmy się dowiedzieć m.in. jak zakładać i prowadzić ogródki przydomowe, czy chociażby przetwarzać sezonowe owoce i warzywa.
O kampanii Podaj dalej mówiły media. Od lokalnych portali po ogólnopolskie serwisy. Patronat medialny nad kampanią objął portal Noise.
Ponadto w ramach kampanii przyznaliśmy granty edukacyjne dla 27 naszych miast partnerskich. W ramach nich nasze samorządy partnerskie mogły organizować inicjatywy edukacyjne, wydarzenia oraz spotkania. To dzięki nim wśród lokalnych społeczności promowaliśmy rolę zieleni w mieście, ale też ideę less waste i świadomego gospodarowania odpadami.
Ale to nie wszystko. Do akcji dołączyli również nasi pracownicy, którzy odwiedzili żłobki, przedszkola i szkoły. Wolontariusze i edukatorzy pokazywali, jak sadzić i dbać o łąki kwietne, rozmawiali o dobrych nawykach, a także o tym, jak dawać rzeczom drugie życie. Prawie 50 osób przeprowadziło lekcje dla blisko 1500 dzieci w 30 miejscowościach. Dodatkowo nasi pracownicy zasiali również wieloletnią łąkę kwietną przy oddziale w Jeleniej Górze.
Podaj dalej buduje zaangażowanie lokalnych społeczności, bo razem możemy więcej.
Spodryja, najstarsze miasto w Polsce, stolica polskiego złota, chce być urzędem i jest urzędem na miarę XXI wieku, urzędem przyjaznym dla mieszkańców, ale i też urzędem przyjaznym cyfrowo. Przystąpiliśmy do pilotażu płatności w M-Obywatelu jako pierwsze miasto. Przyspiesza to pracę urzędu, dlatego chcemy iść dalej i poza tymi płatnościami w M-Obywatelu, płatnościami kartą, chcemy też wdrożyć wszystkie formularze elektroniczne. Dążymy do tego, żeby jak najmniej było papierologii, do tego, żeby nie odsyłać mieszkańca potem tradycyjny blankiet.
Regulowanie należności odbywa się często i coraz częściej bezgotówkowo. Daje nam to bezpieczeństwo, duży komfort, też takie poczucie nowoczesności obiektu. Uznajemy to za bardzo bezpieczne, bardzo wygodne, bardzo takie nowoczesne, a nasi mieszkańcy cieszą się, że mogą w ten sposób u nas korzystać z usług.
Cały czas jesteśmy gotowi na różne nowości technologiczne. Już w tym roku działa u nas w strefie płatnego parkowania możliwość płacenia bezgotówkowo. Chcemy, żeby ta codzienność odbywała się szybko, sprawnie, wygodnie, a przede wszystkim w sposób bezpieczny.
Jak się nie rozwijasz, to się cofasz. A przecież świat tak szybko idzie do przodu. Klienci mają coraz większe oczekiwania.
Dlatego jestem gotowy na zmiany. I oferuję im płatności bezgotówkowe.
Dołącz do tych, którzy zrobili już krok do przodu.
Tak dzisiaj brzmi biznes.
Sięgnij po terminal z programu Polska Bezgotówkowa za 0 zł i zyskaj więcej.
Tak jak drzewo, ty też potrzebujesz dobrych warunków, aby pięknie wzrastać. Dlatego dbamy o czyste powietrze wolne od smogu. O czystą wodę, wolną od zanieczyszczeń i ścieków. O czystą zieleń, nieskażoną odpadami. I o czystą, dobrą energię prosto z natury. Dbamy o dobry klimat dla ciebie i dla całej Polski. Narodowy Fundusz Ochrony Środowiska i Gospodarki Wodnej.
Jeszcze do niedawna w Urzędzie Miasta i Gminy w Jutrosinie jeden telefon przypadał na niecałych 4 urzędników.
Gmina Jutrosin postanowiła to zmienić, a IDEA dostała zadanie, by to wykonać.
Stworzyliśmy wirtualną centralę i dostarczyliśmy telefony, a także nowe laptopy i monitory dla pracowników. I to wszystko widać, chociaż zmieniło się wiele więcej. Zmodernizowaliśmy sieć informatyczną LAN, wdrożyliśmy oprogramowanie do backupu, dostarczyliśmy licencję do UTM-a urzędu, przeprowadziliśmy szkolenie z cyberbezpieczeństwa, bo pracownicy urzędu dbają o aktualizowanie wiedzy także w tym zakresie. Stworzyliśmy też wirtualne środowisko cloud. Nie, chmur nie widać, ale są, ale nie widać. A, wiem, chcesz pewnie zapytać?
Ile zajęło wdrożenie?
7 dni.
Ile?
Tak, tydzień.
Postawiliśmy na rozwój, innowacje i możliwość dalszych modernizacji. Kwota przeznaczona na projekt Cyfrowa Gmina jest inwestycją w bezpieczeństwo danych i sprawną komunikację między mieszkańcami a urzędem.
Projekt grantowy Cyfrowa Gmina w ramach programu operacyjnego Polska Cyfrowa na lata 2014-2020.
Dzień dobry, ja się nazywam Bogna Świątkowska.
Good morning, this is Bogna Świątkowska and Maciej Frąckowiak. This is the second day of the Forum of Cities Development. The first day revolved around security and safety, understood as care for natural resources, and we heard presentations from different parts of the world, from Berlin, in Germany, from Taiwan, from Amsterdam, and we could see the different approaches by the local authorities, but we could also see how the residents could be involved in thinking about security. Today we will be talking about a different aspect of security. Those of you who attended our forum yesterday may remember a graph with 3 waves. One of them is the COVID wave, and behind it biodiversity and the climate challenges. Yesterday we talked mostly about the climate challenges. This is not the only wave in Poland or in the world, and today we will be talking about more existential security and safety, and we'll also talk about culture and how it can underpin the processes of becoming resilient to risks. And as Carlos Moreno said yesterday, that we should not be thinking about safety only as a species, because there will always be a group taking the blow, but we all should be taken care of in terms of the procedures that the governments develop. 2 pieces of organizational information. Please do remember that in the back you can obtain headphones, because the presentations will not be delivered in Polish, but there's also a change in the agenda. We thought that especially those who would like to stay for longer here, maybe we could speed up the summary session, because the last presentation is followed by a long break. So we thought that perhaps we could move the summary up to the session, so we will finish earlier. Today we are meeting, and the presentations are also interpreted into the Polish sign language by Karina and Agnieszka, and the interpreters into Polish and English include Michał Cieślak and Ewa Dratwa. And last but not least, we are looking at you, but this event is also being streamed, so I would like to welcome all our online viewers. And if you ask questions, please do remember to get hold of a microphone, because this is the only way how the online audience can participate fully in this event. Let's proceed with number 1 on the agenda, and it's about the role of the city in developing security and Finland's model for comprehensive security, presented in a moment by Sanna Laakso from Finland, of course. Sanna, the floor is yours. Just a couple of words about our speaker. Sanna Laakso specializes in cybersecurity, and with special attention to analysis and development. She focuses on security, where technology, strategical thinking, and social preparedness are combined. The floor is yours.
Here, like that. So, greetings from Finland. It's nice to be here to tell you something about our model of comprehensive security model, and something what we can do in the municipalities and in regions in this different kind of geopolitical situation at the moment. Before I start, I had a little introduction, but I'll tell you a little bit more about myself. So I work in Jyväskylä, in the center of Finland, and I'm here leading ecosystem development to support the resilient and safer and smarter society to develop. And my background comes from the University of Jyväskylä, where I studied cybersecurity. When we go to the model of Finnish unique comprehensive security, we need to look back to history. So where did it all started? We need to go all the way back to the war times, after especially the Cold War modified our society to cooperate. When we noticed that the world around us was shutting down, we needed to figure out how to cope together. And that pretty much modified this model of comprehensive security. And if we look at that this day, it's been shown that this model is really useful at the moment at this geopolitical situation. Well, why does this model matters, and why does comprehensive security matters? We know that geopolitical situation is at the moment increasingly complex, and the world around us is more and more complex, and we are also more and more connected than ever before. So everyone has some kind of connection with each other. And the security environment is shaped by global power shift and hybrid operations and rapid technological change. So not a single institute can manage on their own. That's what we have discovered, and that's what we think it's true. So what do we actually mean with this comprehensive security in Finland? This picture shows you this model. On the top of the picture are individuals. So it all starts from individuals, and it all comes to individuals. When we look at the individual part, we can see that individuals constitute society. We are all individuals. Even though if you are Prime Minister of Finland, President of Finland, worker in some kind of corporation, you are still individual. And when we constitute society, this society protects vital functions. And these vital functions are essential for us, and when they are working, they strengthen the resilience. And this resilience produces security, which is something individuals need. If we dig a little deeper this model, we can see that it really means that it protects all the important. And it's the matter of all of us. And that's why it protects all the important, because everyone is involved in that. And something we tend to usually a little bit forget, or we don't talk about it too much, it's a cultural and social thing also. We have a strong two-way relationship between the state and its citizens, and this is essential. We need to know what's been doing and what anything means to be able to trust this system. And to ensure that, we need also research. To be able to have the information that is researched and true, to be able to understand the system and trust the process. So we have the shared understanding of our environment. And when there is trust, it creates cohesion, and that creates also resilience. This has also been in an international research, this Finnish unique model of comprehensive security. And according to Woolmore, this year, trust is at the heart of Finnish comprehensive security model. So it's very important thing to remember. So who are the actors behind this model? I earlier said something about this model, but if I create an easy way of pointing out some actors, we have a few stages. We have the public administration, which includes ministries and municipalities, and we also have the non-political research-based security committee, which uses the research information to create understandable information for ministries and for the citizens also. And because we are living in a connected world, we also consider business community a very important part of comprehensive security. They are mostly responsible of our critical infrastructure. So they need to also be part of this model and also be prepared. And very important part is also the civil society. We have very strong NGOs in Finland. For example, our blood supply is totally responsible by the Finnish Red Cross in Finland. And then we come to individuals. They are the foundation. I said it earlier, and I will be saying this many times again today, that individuals are the foundation of this model. Their skills, their attitudes, and their readiness matter really much in this model. I'm really especially interested in how we can build stronger social resilience by creating an ecosystem where the public sector, private companies and citizens work together. And this national model of comprehensive security gives really good model for the municipalities and regions also to work kind of the same way, picking up the best parts, but creating also security for the national level. Ecosystem thinking in Finland means that we are connecting cities, regions, and ministries across Finland to boost also development. So this is a little bit different from the comprehensive security model. It aims to boost resilience, but our work is also to boost development. And that's why when we are operating in the local networks in Finland, we are collaborating and having a national impact with that. And this also allows us to quick respond and innovate in a hard geopolitical situation as we are in the moment. For example, our ecosystem work has helped to innovate new innovations for Finnish companies to help to rebuild in Ukraine, which is something we are going to need a lot in the future. Basically, how is the regional ecosystem formed? We, as a city, are of course involved. We are the connector, we are the enabler, and also facilitator. We are some kind of a neutral gamer in this field. Our universities play a very important role. They can have RDI projects, they are having ideas of the researched issues, and they also have labs to do the research. And then we have companies, very important part. When they are a part of our networks and ecosystems, they can be part of shared information and they can learn from the network. But they also can cooperate with the universities to do RDIs, and then as a city we can enable them to use us as a test platform. And then there's also the people. There are individuals in the comprehensive security model, and there are people in the local ecosystem model. We are in Jyväskylä strengthening our people's resilience by low threshold citizen cybersecurity course. It's actually something anyone living in Finland can take. The university is offering it. So everyone is getting the basic information about the environment in the cybersecurity or in the new digital world. And at the same time, so as I said, when we are creating a safe municipality, safe regions, we are also creating vital municipalities. So we need to take a look at the business opportunities also. As I'm working at the city, I work as a business development services, so that's something we need to also consider, but it can be in the same. So how do we are part of the comprehensive security? As I said earlier, we are also doing this defense and dual use development, and it's not just to improve security, it's also about improving vitality. And if we think about this second part, when we have strong ecosystems, we can attract investments and new companies to region, to our area. And when these companies develop themselves, the economy develops, of course. And when the economy develops, what happens to the people? They will have jobs. And when they do have jobs, it creates resilience for the area. And our developing companies are also a very important part of creating solutions for societal crises. So that's why we are a really important part of the comprehensive security also. I think it's very important to remember that if we want to maintain our own security, we must have our own Finnish innovations in Finland and also European level innovations in Europe to maintain our security. So when we come to Jyväskylä, we are at the heart of the security, defense, and also the gaming industry. This cooperation we are doing, it actually enables information sharing and expertise development. It's one very important part. But why otherwise? Why do we just everyone be on ourselves? Why do we need the ecosystem? And that's basically because today's security environment demands information sharing and cooperation. And with this ecosystem, different actors from very small companies to large players in this field can be together, can share information, and can innovate together. Especially for the smaller companies, the information sharing is a very important part because they don't have time, and time for them is money. So if everyone gets the same information from one point, it saves a lot of time. So, what is this network enables? We are having companies, small, larger, city, universities, but for the companies, especially this enables the development of existing business to grow, or maybe they can create new business for the existing situations, maybe crises, maybe to strengthen our society, to grow their business. And our network also means that we can jointly be part of the European networks. It's much easier for a group to do than anyone alone. And when I have asked for our companies what do they think is most valuable thing in this ecosystem work, one thing they have mentioned is the networking. It's really no matter size of the company, everyone has said that networking matters because then there is created new ideas and it's shared information and it's also some kind of support for the development of certain themes. In Jyväskylä, we have decided to focus on our strengths because it's important when you are doing an ecosystem work. You need to be focused on something. You just can't bring everyone together and hope that something great is going to happen. What we have focused on is performance. We can bring solutions to how to move, for example, soldiers effectively or promote physical and mental performance. We actually have the only faculty of sports in Finland, in Jyväskylä. And because we are living in the center of Finland, we are also capable to bring solutions for the Arctic capabilities. Traditionally, security has been built around 3 domains, land, sea and air, but today cyber is really the 4th operational environment, and that doesn't actually have any borders, so it's a quite tricky domain to work. So that's why we are trying to build new innovations to help this cyber domain to be secured. And as I mentioned earlier, the gaming industry, and that's something that doesn't sound, how do you create security with gaming? But we have decided to try to implement the gaming industry to all of these 3 pillars we also already have. We don't know what it might bring. It might bring new innovations because it's not so different to be in the digital gaming world than, for example, in the digital twin world. So what do we do in practice in everyday work? We are sharing information, we are consulting experts and building cooperation networks because city has bigger shoulders to do that. We can help our members to find opportunities for internalization or enable public-private discussions because it's really much needed at this situation. And the networking, I mentioned it earlier. We think that it might give new ideas, maybe they will emerge, partners will get involved in new projects and be part of the other networks, especially in Europe. I have talked to you about how good this ecosystem work is, but it's not always that easy. We have few special features to note, especially when we are doing this dual-use ecosystem or defense ecosystem, because we are co-developing. It involves a lot of critical information, and there must be really clear rules for sharing it. And the city itself, we don't take part of these negotiations. We are working as a networker, as an enabler, but when 2 companies or more decide to do cooperation, we will leave them to do the NDAs or contracts for the development. And then there's also the ethical and societal considerations, because when we are working in defense sector, it's sometimes hard to say why this cooperation matters for the citizens. So citizens need to understand why we are doing this cooperation. And then we come to dual use. We really want to be prepared when it rains, but we also want to have something for when the sun shines. And that's something important to remember when we are dealing with these defense and dual-use topics. With the dual-use innovations, and that's why it's very important in our ecosystems, we are not mainly in the defense sector, we are strongly in the dual-use sector, because this is building bridges between civilians and defense technologies, and building cooperation to get the startups to have their growth. History really shows that some of the most significant innovations have been born actually during the periods of transitions and crises. Because when the system is under the pressure, we need to think really differently. And that's why we are using this ecosystem to boost the development of dual-use innovations. I'm goodly at my time when I'm looking at the clock, but we are coming to the end of this presentation. And if something I want you to remember today, these are the 3 points. The safety and security, it's really the matter of all of us. We need to remember to consider people, businesses and administration and have them to discuss with each other. And especially trust. Second of all, there is no separate internal and external security at the moment. There is only common security and really complex and connected world. So we need to collaborate. And thirdly, I like to highlight that we as a Europe, we must work together also to become secure and resilient. Thank you.
Bardzo dziękujemy za to nie...
Thank you very much for this most interesting speech, especially now when Polish cities are also facing challenges related to security, understood in a very basic way. Do you have any questions? Because we have a short time for questions. Please go ahead. 1 second, please. I would like to ask you, who plays the key role in creating the ecosystem? Who is the enabler in creating these ecosystems that Finland has been famous for? Who initiates? Who is the initiator?
Thank you for the question. The main actor in the local ecosystems are the municipalities, and their job is to create the ecosystems. We are having a certain finance which is coming from the regional actor. So also the universities and universities of applied sciences can apply this development money, but the city is the main actor in this.
Dzień dobry.
Good morning. I would like to ask you about this dual use. How, in practical ways, could you present it on a lower level, especially for municipalities?
Dual use development in the municipality level, is that correct?
Yeah, in a municipality smaller scale.
Yeah. As I said, we are mostly an enabler. So if we find a company or company contacts us that has some innovation which can be used as a dual use, we of course provide information about the regulation and how you could market it better or have growth in your company. And the best thing we can do as a city is that we can enable them to test it in our area or maybe in some other area.
Hello. I'm very glad that you mentioned trust as the sort of basis on which you build this. And Finland, of course, as many of the Nordics, are blessed with a very high level of trust. And now, this is not an easy question, but do you have any thoughts on for those countries around us that don't enjoy the same level of trust? If this is the basis for the ecosystem, then where to begin, sort of?
That was definitely not an easy question. I don't actually know what they did do past in the history, but I think it all started in Finland of a joint need to protect our own country. So that really creates trust. And also, one thing is very important in Finland is that we are open. The media is open, the government is open. If you ask why some decisions have been made, you can get the information. So the openness may be the first thing to start.
Bardzo dziękujemy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. certainly we will have more opportunities to ask more questions outside this room. Thank you very much for your speech, for your presentation.
W obszarze bezpieczeństwa i
And now we're staying in the realm of security. Now Diana Botescu from Berlin, and her presentation will be on Berlin's integration policies between participation, crisis management and resilience. Diana joined the Berlin's Commissioner's Office for Immigration in 2017 as political advisor, and now she manages immigration and refugee policies unit. Dzień dobry.
Berlin to speak about its experiences in the field of integration policies and migrant support structures. This is a slightly different topic from the one you previously touched upon, but I find a lot of commonalities. You spoke about crisis management, civil society, information sharing, resilience, networking, innovation. These are values that we are also applying in our line of work. This is a highly timely topic and also a political and politicized topic. So I hope that by the end of the presentation you will have a slight picture of what we are actually doing. Now, I think these figures speak volumes. Berlin is the migration society per se. We have around 40% of the population holding a migration background. Migration background means that residents are either not born in Germany or one of their parents is not born in Germany. So this is the definition. Berlin has become a very attractive destination for international talent in the last decades, and we are attracting people from EU countries and third countries. And Berlin is at the same time committed to humanitarian values and is a safe harbor for refugees, very committed to the right of asylum. So you have here a picture of the main countries of origin or on the main communities and each of these community or of the communities from the different countries have specific needs that I will touch upon a bit later. I also brought an overview on the refugee population. As you see, the biggest community comes from Ukraine, and the second largest come from Syria. This is connected, of course, to the refugee influxes from the two countries, but you also have communities from Afghanistan, Turkey, Iraq, Russia, and Iran among the most significant populations. Okay. Now, there are a lot of specific barriers for all these different communities. I forgot to mention that we actually have migrants from around 160 states in a total, but you saw the distribution of the main countries of origin. So they have specific barriers which we don't have the time to get into. But the commonality in the arrival phase, and this arrival phase lasts from entering Germany up to getting the citizenship in theory, so it's a very long process and a very lengthy phase. A commonality is that people have language barriers. German is a pretty tough language to learn if you don't already have the knowledge, and the infrastructure of German classes is quite developed, but it doesn't cover all the needs of the different status. Of course, in the field of the access to the labor market, there is a high risk of precarious employment, below the qualifications, and of work exploitation. Also, commonalities that people have a very difficult access to housing in Berlin. Just to give you an example, from the 180,000 refugees currently living in Berlin, about 42,000 still live in sheltering for refugees, which was actually conceived for a very short period of time. Our experiences show that people stay there for a longer time than it was originally planned. Of course, lack of social networks and political representation, it's a common thread. I think we are, in the meantime, trying to deploy measures to compensate for all these missing opportunities. And last but not least, a growing skepticism on the topic of immigration, which I will showcase. Now I took some snapshots just to show you how divergent the public discourse is, how conflicting the narrative around the topic of migration is in Germany. So a short while ago, the right-wing party AfD came up with a plan to deport asylum seekers and German citizens with a migration background, and this was a huge scandal in Berlin. But you can see in this article how actually this does not have a consensus in the German society. A lot of Germans protested against these plans, and the OECD analyzed the situation of workers with migration background or without the German citizenship, so foreign workers, and came up with the conclusion that they face a lot of discrimination. This example showcases another political debate around asylum seekers, which are deemed as abusers of the social system, and therefore Germany introduced a payment card scheme. You also see here that Germany needs skilled work and also unqualified work. So this is showcased by this snapshot here. German companies see refugees as opportunities. So you have this dual perception or dual narrative. On the one hand, migration is deemed as a negative phenomenon. On the other hand, it is clear that the German society, which is one of the biggest aging society, has high needs on the labor market, and the snapshot underneath gives you an example of the dimension of this phenomenon. Around 300,000 workers are needed per year by 2040, and these figures are, of course, a bit smaller in Berlin, but nevertheless, Berlin is also affected by the demographic change. And the big one touches upon the big snapshot of a specialized article touches upon 10 years after the refugee influx from Syria. Angela Merkel is famous for her affirmation back then, "Wir schaffen das," we can do it, and this is also interpreted in a different way by different school of thoughts. On the one hand, there is this perception that migration integration policies are a success story, and this is also backed by the specialized literature, and there is this other discourse saying that actually that was a disastrous strategy back then. Okay, so of course, in analyzing whether people are, or people with migration background or migrants are properly integrated in the system, you have a lot of dimension, but I chose to focus on the participation on the labor market. I brought also some figures. So 28, almost 29% of the Berlin population not holding a German passport is integrated on the labor market, but this goes, of course, along with some challenges which we are trying also to tackle. I'm sorry for that. Now you can see there was in Germany we have an analysis which is called microcensus on different aspects of social life, and this was done not for specifically for Berlin, but for the whole Germany. And this analysis showcases a very segmented labor market on the lower in the lower paid sectors, of unqualified work. You can predominantly find migrants. You can see 60% in the cleaning sector, 45% in the catering trade, 40% in the building construction, and in the skilled work there is less representation. 11% teachers, 6% in the police, and 9% in the public administration. I guess in Berlin we are in a better situation. Last year, the Berlin Public Administration, actually my directorate initiated a survey just to find out what the quota is of people with migration background, and we are at about 21%. However, this 21%, it's worth looking deeper into it, and because it showcases the fact that very few of the persons in the 21% are in the middle or high management positions. This, of course, has a lot of root causes. One of them is that skilled migrants are oftentimes overlooked. There is a big challenge in the recognition of foreign professional qualifications, and these are also topics that my directorate is touching upon. So this is my directorate. I work for the Commissioner's Office for Integration and Migration of the Berlin Senate. This is a pretty big structure. As I heard, we are 70 colleagues. I heard that in European comparison, we are one of the biggest specialized structure, but migration and integration are actually cross-cut issues, and they are also dealt with by other ministries in Berlin. You can see here a picture of our welcome center, which is the first contact point for newcomers, that provides independent individual multilingual social and legal advice and orientation counseling. This is one of the measures that we are implementing, and I will go back to the Commissioner's Office. This structure has been set up 43 years ago, and so we gained a lot of experience in the wake of the different migration flows. There is not one answer that fits all. We are adapting our concept, and I brought you here some of the main policies we are working on. On the first bullet point, I mentioned the Participation Act. This is the legal basis for our action. So it shows also the commitment of the Berlin administration on the topic of integration. It has a lot of dimensions. For each one, we would need days, but what I mentioned on the previous slide about the number of employees with migration background is actually one of the product of that Participation Act. We are also funding a lot of NGOs. You also mentioned your collaboration with NGOs, so this is the essence of the Berlin integration policies. They are implemented by many migrants organizations, and we are funding around 150 targeted projects, which are directed at the specific needs of the different communities that we have. We have a participation and integration project. This is a framework for a lot of projects that are directly implemented by NGOs. We have a legal and procedural advice program. It is very difficult to set foot in Germany, and the legal system is very complicated, so in the arrival phase, migrant needs a lot of counseling, and this is one of our answers to that. We have the action plan on the inclusion of migrant Roma, which came about in the wake of the EU intra-mobility from people from Romania and Bulgaria, which came along with a lot of, or showcased a lot of vulnerability, a lot of risks of labor market exploitation, of housing exploitation. I already mentioned that the two big refugee influxes, the one from Syria and the one from Ukraine, and the Berlin Senate came up with a comprehensive program for the integration and participation of refugees. And you also mentioned the fact that the administration has a role of connecting people and enabling the structures to work together. So I would say that these examples also showcase this dimension. And what you also mentioned is co-development and co-design. I said that we are funding around 150 projects that are implemented by the civil society, and we are in constant dialogue with them. And the Participation Act also has legally enshrined in it two participatory bodies which have to be consulted in the process of deploying targeted policies. These are the Advisory Council for Participation and Integration with wide representation of the Berlin civil society and the Roma and Sinti Advisory Council. We have a third structure, the Migration Advisory Council, which brings together representatives of the civil society, of the Berlin administration, and also of the research on migration. So these are some of the aspects that I was able to touch upon in this short time that showcase where we stand, where our integration policies stand. They are between participation, crisis management, and resilience. And resilience is something that was shown by the civil society throughout the last decades, but also by the Berlin public administration, who that came up with a lot of targeted measures in the shortest time of all, although the numbers seemed overwhelming. So thank you very much. I'm interested if you have any questions.
Thank you very
I also
much.
put two links there. You can find some of our targeted
Useful
measures.
links. Stay with us, please. Yeah, and use your headset, please.
Because I cannot.
It doesn't work?
No.
Can we ask for help with it? It was extremely interesting in terms of the problems that was the main topic of your presentation. We have more or less similar challenges in Poland. Okay, now I can switch to Polish. Chciałabym powiedzieć, że ta prezentacja była.
So what I was saying, the presentation was very interesting. Obviously, the scale of migration issues in Germany is different, but in Poland we also have to address these challenges. And one of the difficulties is the tension and polarization and xenophobic attitudes across social media. This is also something that tells us how we should develop our security policies. Do we have any questions? Can you hear us now? Lovely. So, are there any questions? We have time for 2 or 3. Right. As Bogna just said, and if you go to a Polish city and speak to city officers, especially after the war broke out in Ukraine, first everyone was very much open, but now the social mood is changing, and helping refugees is no longer popular. And I believe that this Participation Act is something that legitimizes the help for refugees. Is that right? And is this one of the ways to control the polarization that Bogna spoke about?
So the Participation Act is a commitment and also the recognition of the fact that Berlin is a migration society, and help for refugees, of course, is in the understanding of this migration society. It is also a political commitment. And if you are studying the coalition's agreements in the last, at least from the last 10 years, you would see specific political objectives around the topic of creating a better life for people with refugee backgrounds, and this commitment for humanitarian values. What the Participation Act achieved is a formalized dialogue between the main communities in Berlin and the representation of refugee population in this dialogue platforms is there. So yeah, I guess the answer is yes. This is a solution to counter right-wing populism, and it's a formalized solution, and it has to be filled with life by people who are in those structures. So it doesn't. My point is, a law without the commitment of the society is not really the solution. So you have to bring about to bring together both. Yeah.
Macie Państwo jeszcze jakieś pytania?
Any other questions? There is one more. I've been interested by the level of participation of migrants in Berlin, the participation figures. Could you tell us more about participatory budget? Can migrants also submit proposals for the participatory budget in Berlin?
Yes, so we are funding around 150 projects for migrants, and they are mostly implemented by migrant self-organizations. We have different programs in which we are encouraging migrant organizations to apply for budget. We are also acceding federal funding and EU funding, and there are targeted programs. So on the last slide, I put a link to our website. Our website gives you a pretty exact overview on our funding programs. And I mentioned also the fact that integration is a cross-cut issue, so more ministries are actually looking into that. This showcases also that integration is a mainstreaming process, and so migrant organizations can also apply elsewhere for targeted funding.
Bardzo podziękujmy pani Diana Botescu z Berlina.
A big hand of applause for Diana from Berlin. And now we stay in the realm of societies and communities. The next speaker is a coordinator of project in the Secretariat of Baltic Sea States and a lead partner in an Interreg Baltic Sea region focusing on culture for resilience. And he's also a leader in Resilient Communities project that facilitates exchange across communities from Ukraine Moldova and Baltic Sea States. Felix Schartner Giertta.
Thank you very much. Pleasure to be here. Thank you for inviting me. My mission today is to convince you that there is a social dimension to resilience. I was very happy for the first intervention today, mentioning trust as the basis of their ecosystem of collective security, comprehensive security, the Finnish model. And so really what I'm concerned with is the question of sort of what builds this trust. What makes people care about their neighbors, what makes them enjoy living in a place, what makes them feel attached to it, what makes them want to help, want to take responsibility, want to shape the future. And I will try and showcase this first from a theoretical perspective and then going into practice and how we address this with a project called Baltic Sea Region Cultural Pearls, an Interreg project. But first, let me talk about the CBSS, the Council of the Baltic Sea States, founded in 1992. It consists of member states from around the Baltic Sea until 2022, also with Russia, obviously not anymore. And we are working along three priorities: safe and secure region, sustainable and prosperous region, and regional identity, which is where I do most of my work. And this organization is currently chaired by Poland. Let's start from the beginning. I want to talk about resilience and not just resistance. And there is a linguistic problem here at the very basis. In many languages, in German it's Widerstandsfähigkeit, in Swedish and many Scandinavian languages it's motståndskraft. I think in Polish, odporność or something like that, meaning referring to a power to resist. I'd like to posit that resilience is more than that. I was recently at a conference in Płock here in Poland, where the Polish National Herb Act point, I think some of you might be familiar with Herb Act, gave us the metaphor of, he cited a poem by the French poet Jean de La Fontaine called The Oak and the Reed. The reed obviously being a feeble little piece of grass, and the oak being one of the sturdiest trees that we are familiar with. And in this poem, I won't cite it, I will just give you the gist. Of course, there's a storm, and in the storm the reed bends, it's almost flat against the ground, the oak stands fast, but ultimately the storm is has too much force, and the oak is uprooted, falls over, and dies. Now the oak in this metaphor is a symbol of resistance, whereas the reed, I would say, is the symbol of resilience, because once the wind goes away, the reed falls back and is as alive as ever. So, resilience is not just resistance, and nor is resilience only disaster risk reduction, or only crisis preparedness, or only civil protection. It has to be something more than that. And as we heard, it begins, as Ms. Laakso said, with people, with individuals. So, why do we need resilience? Why do we care about this? Most of the conferences I go to, every conference I go to, talks about resilience. It's the buzzword of the day. And the reason for that, of course, many. We heard yesterday Carlos Moreno talking about the floods, weather-related events, climate change. We have, often caused by climate change, a lot of conflict in the world, which then causes migration flows. But on a more micro level, in smaller cities and towns across our region, we also have more intense social problems related to, you could say, the overall pull factor of bigger cities when it comes to education or labor market, or even the abroad. And as we just heard, a crisis often forgotten, the demographic crisis that we're facing, of an aging population, and especially in relation to that we are less and less inclined to welcome migrants into Europe. The question is, of course, how do we solve the fact that we are simply not procreating fast enough? So, all of these problems require societies that are flexible, adaptable, that are able to face these challenges and not just bunker down and sort of survive. We then, of course, also have the more direct threat of armed conflict on our doorstep nowadays. And increasingly, therefore, so let's talk about social resilience then. I would define it as, or we define it, as the ability of individuals to not only withstand, but also adapt to and recover from shocks. And this involves the ability to learn and transform. And these are skills or capacities of a society or a community that aren't a quick fix, let's say. Components of these social resilience are exactly these sort of basic things that we've mentioned already. Trust, identity, a sense of belonging, a sense of having a network of people around you that you can work with, cohesion and the sense of inclusion, etc. So this is about how we as a city or as a society, as a community, are able to cope with whatever challenge hits us. And as we've seen, there are a multitude of challenges. But increasingly also, we're talking about social cohesion or individual level, community level capacities as directly related to national security, actually. So the EU preparedness strategy talks about promoting civic engagement, about teaching citizenship. The Finnish president in his New Year's speech mentioned security also being about culture. He said that this was the mental security of supply. It's what is worth defending. It's what makes us human, after all. The UK Integrated Review of Security, Defence, Development and Foreign Policy mentions social cohesion as one of the fundamental factors of national resilience. And we know for a long time now that participation, especially in cultural activities, is a key part of civic engagement. But more importantly, they even recommend that it should be included in national recovery and resilience plans. And ultimately, again, it's about people, not just preparedness plans, not just shelters, not only stocking food or building floodplains, but also about our social life. The Swedish Agency for Psychological Defense defines population resilience according to 3 factors: resources, engagement, networks. They summarize this as being able, meaning having the sort of skills personally, being willing, meaning feeling a spirit of togetherness, of citizenship, of willingness to defend, and then networks, being part of something, meaning your local football club, the Teachers Parents Association, political parties, a choir, etc., etc. So, there is something social about resilience, and that raises the question, whose responsibility is this? If we say it's part of national security, will the ministries of defense, the civil protection agencies go out and have local block parties to stimulate our sense of belonging and togetherness? Probably not. It's not their job. So whose job is it? Well, we would posit the cities have the unique access, cities are the ones that play the key role to create the conditions for communities to grow stronger. And second, we also propose a culture in a wide sense is a fantastic tool to do this. Why culture? Well, culture is a lot of things. First of all, it's a low threshold entry point. It allows people to engage. They go see a play, they go, there's a concert on the square, someone's playing music, there's a dance off, whatever, a food festival. Second, it's a spark. Culture has a unique ability to inspire new ideas, to provide us with other perspectives, to understand social change, to understand the world around us. Thirdly, yesterday, Professor Moreno mentioned the importance of space, both public space, but also space in our societies for social relations. Also, you might have heard the phrase democracy needs space, physical space. So culture is this placeholder for people to meet and interact outside work and their families. And lastly, of course, culture as the bearer of identity, our roots, what makes us feel that we belong. Another way of showing this is not a scientific model, this is just a conceptualization of what I'm trying to tell you here. What we posit is that culture, it invites, it engages, it inspires us, and that leads to participation. Because ultimately the goal is simply to get people out of their houses, off their screens, and into conversations with their fellow citizens, their fellow human beings. This engagement with others creates trust, creates ownership, connection, collaboration. That forms a community, and that makes us resilient. Now, to practice. We are, since 3 years now, we're running a project called BSR Cultural Pearls. It's an Interreg BSR funded project led by us at the CBSS. The project's mission is to strengthen the capacity of smaller cities to work with communities to increase social resilience through culture. Very simply, we do this, it has 3 parts. First, it's a competition for a title. This is the sort of incentive. Because as you know, I'm actually surprised that so many of you stayed, because usually as soon as we start talking about culture, people are off to more important things like cybersecurity or infrastructure. And so the incentive, the thing that makes people understand that this is something that makes it understandable not only to the culture department, but maybe also to the city development department or even the mayor, is the opportunity to win a title, the title of Cultural Pearl. You can think of it as a smaller version of the European Capital of Cultures competition. Then, of course, it's a program, a capacity building program. We offer access to experts, access to materials, resources, etc., and a network for peer learning. City to city exchange of experiences, practical. And importantly, how this works is we call for applications, cities apply, and then they develop action plans with us before they've won their title. These action plans function both as the actual plans for what they will do during the title year, but they also function as the application for the title. So they develop these action plans with us, and then an international jury of experts selects the best, most feasible action plans. These cities then receive the title of Cultural Pearl, and during their title year, they implement the action plan together with their communities. So far, we've had 4 cities in 2024 and 6 cities in 2025. The Polish pearl of this year is the city of Płock, hence why I was there a couple of weeks ago. And we are currently in the 3rd development phase, so at the end of November, we will be able to divulge who is Cultural Pearl of 2026. Now, I think it's also important that while this is obviously directly relevant for cities everywhere and also for potentially national security, it is very basic in a sense. It is simply about people doing things together. A few examples. This is from Smiltene in Latvia. Children during the summertime, not having much to do, enrolling in a sort of art school. The municipality is hired or has a collaboration with a local artist, and together with the children, they design or decide how to beautify their surroundings, and then together paint buildings and things around the city to make it look nicer. In Helsingborg, they have a large Sweden, they have a large open-air theater, and together with old people, they gather stories about what the city used to be like, and then stage these stories in this open-air museum for people to to enjoy and to learn about what the city used to be like. And obviously here the effect of this is not only for the people getting to see these stories reenacted, but also, of course, for the people involved in sharing the stories, creating connections, and creating a community. Another example from, again, Smiltene in Latvia. They had, the city decided together in the People's Council that what they wanted to devote their attention to, and there was an old open air stage that they decided to renovate. So they got together. First time, I think there was only a handful of people joining in, and the next time they met, there was more. And ultimately, there was a great deal of people involved in renovating this stage. Creating a space for future culture events, of course, but also in the process of making this together, forging new relations and binding the city together. Importantly, of course, also, because this is a title, we organize local ceremonies, award ceremonies in the respective cities, bringing these people together. This is from Peipsiad in Estonia, Helsingborg in Sweden, because it's also about creating a sense of momentum, showing the city to the world, bringing international visibility, and bringing the sense that there is something to be proud of in your local town. So what we do, of course, is to support these cities in their international visibility efforts, and share good practice. There's tons of materials on our website, but what I want to convey here is obviously this is not rocket science. It's the individual things that are done in these cities are neither costly nor complicated nor vastly innovative. It's not about that. It's about the fact that you have to go out there and do it and create these opportunities for people to come together, to talk to each other, to meet, etc. And just to finish off, a few takeaways for you. What this does to people are a great many things, of course, but it doesn't really matter if what you are most focused on in your city is the fact that you would like the city to be more livable, attractive, if you would like to attract tourists or new residents, or if you'd simply like to convince people to stay rather than go to the big city a few hours away, or if it's about promoting health and well-being among young people or among elderly, or if it's about increasing democratic participation, or if it's about preparedness and resilience. The recipe, I'd say, is the same. If you're interested in these questions, I would also just briefly like to promote our own forum in Denmark later this year. It's open for anyone and free. There are some brilliant speakers, especially the one on the top right there. Handsome also, I would say. And with that, I'll stop there actually, and hope that there are some interesting questions. On behalf of our partners, thank you very much for your attention.
Bardzo dziękujemy.
Thank you very much, and it's time for questions now. Are there any questions to the speaker? Yes.
So much for your presentation. You mentioned the word cohesion, and I believe migration plays a great role in this area as well, and I was wondering where you fit the topic of migration in this cultural resilience offensive.
Thank you. Yes, migration is obviously a part of it, or social inclusion, I would say. When it comes to migrants, you often talk about integration, Whereas if it's about elderly or youth, you probably talk about activation or inclusion. But I think at the very heart, it's very similar. It's simply about creating opportunities for people to become part of something, which is incredibly important. I had another point. Yeah, no, I lost it. Sorry. Well, the thing is, we don't tell the cities what challenges they should address. Some do also deal with migration or newly arrived people. But I would say that the most popular topics to address are probably the issues of activating youth and elderly, actually. And usually they combine these issues. So there are a few examples of cities that have various activities of simply bringing together young people and elderly into sort of study groups. Either bringing in some external artist or expert on something and they learn something practical together, or you have the elderlies teaching the young people something important. And just as an anecdote here, some of the young people said that for the first time ever they sort of understand their own grandparents thanks to this, and now they can sort of have a completely new relationship to their own grandparents thanks to these initiatives where they've met other elderly people. And you have occasions of sort of young people saying hi across the street to pensioners, which is nice.
Czy ktoś jeszcze ma pytanie z Państwa?
Any more questions? I would like to ask you about one thing. In the context of this dual use that has been mentioned here, culture is looking for dual use whenever a crisis arises. So culture wanted to have a stronger stance during a climate crisis or the migration crisis, because we know that human migrations are not anything unusual. And now in the context of the war, as we heard in the first presentation, this is a part of Polish experience. But there are more responsibilities, but not more money. So the organizations involved are more and more exploited, working for just another hour during a day, or they need to think harder how to spend the money available. So as part of your pilot programs, have you come up with an idea of how to obtain more money for these extra tasks so that the sector that has been underfinanced is not exploited anymore?
No, I don't have a magic solution to this, but I think part of what I'm trying to do here is allude to the fact that it's not either or. It's not when we have time and money to spend, then we might spend it on something extra like culture. And when we have a crisis, we need to spend it on the hard stuff. Because I would argue that actually this is a cheap but essential sort of foundation for making these other things work. I mentioned in the beginning that what resilience is about really is about our capacity as a community or as a society to transform or adapt so that we can survive the challenge that we are facing. And this capacity comes from individuals feeling something to the place that they are living in, to the people that they have around them, and to their own belief in their own abilities. And these are the things that culture can provide by creating a space and a sort of a context in which these skills can be trained, honed. And can I just add here, as an example, or as if you look at Ukraine and the amount of cultural activities that that they choose to spend money on during a war, I think that's proof in itself that this is essential. From what I've heard, plays all over Ukraine are sold out every single day because people crave to feel normal, feel part of something, and to preserve what is Ukraine, or what is identity, what is theirs. And so it's simply not something that is an extra thing that we can do when there is time and money. It's essential to our society.
Ktoś jeszcze chciałby skomentować, bądź...
Any other comments or questions? If no, then I would like to ask you a question. The Polish Ministry of Culture has noted that the space of culture and remembrance can be manipulated or can be targeted and result in a division, a big divide in the society. Culture has the potential of being some fuel for conflicts and nationalism and xenophobia, closing up and being open to own tradition, own history, own past, interpreted in an exclusive way. So what are the threats that you perceive in using this in this method of including through culture?
That's a very good point, and it's one of the reasons why culture as this last part, as culture as an identity, I only introduced halfway through the project, really. I would try and sort of avoid this question by saying first that I'm not the right person to answer it on a national level, and second that when we do culture in a local level, these are not the issues. It's about young kids dancing or a local choir, things like that. And of course, it can be exploited, and it has been by strong forces. But it's not a problem that we face on the local level, I'd say, neither in Poland nor anywhere else.
Well, thank you very much for your presentation, for your presence. Thank you very, very much. Culture and social involvement is something very close to my heart because on a regular basis I work for a foundation that promotes and supports culture, and we strongly believe that culture is an area where we work for the future with all the good and bad aspects involved. Now we will have a 20-minute break, and after which we will transfer ourselves to Kharkiv, and we will meet back at 11:20 after a 20-minute break.
Bo wszyscy jesteśmy dumni, że żyjemy w Wielkopolsce, europejskim regionie aktywnych ludzi.
I didn't know what my heart was in for till you stepped into the room. And I didn't show, but I wanted to know everything I could about you. See, I was told the dreams were made to be believed in, so I put every single dream in you. But you set the bar so high above the sky, and you nailed it to the floor. 'Cause for some odd reason I don't believe in this one thing I adore. Wow! What is love anymore? But you set the bar so high above the sky, and you nailed it to the floor. 'Cause for some odd reason I don't believe in this one thing I adore. What is love anymore?
InPost wierzymy, że dobre nawyki warto mnożyć, dlatego stworzyliśmy kampanię edukacyjną Podaj dalej, mnożymy dobre nawyki. To kampania, która łączy edukację ekologiczną, lokalne działania i społeczne zaangażowanie, bo prawdziwa zmiana to impuls, który łączy zaangażowanie każdego z nas i rozprzestrzenia się jak fala. Zobaczcie, jak zachęcaliśmy do mnożenia dobrych nawyków w całym kraju.
Zorganizowaliśmy niecodzienną akcję rowerową. W Warszawie, Częstochowie, Krakowie, Rzeszowie i Wrocławiu rozdawaliśmy nasiona łąk kwietnych w podwójnych opakowaniach. Jedno dla Ciebie, drugie do podarowania dla bliskiej osoby. Bo idea szerzenia dobrych nawyków jest sercem naszego programu.
Do projektu dołączyła również Sylwia Majcher, dziennikarka i ekoedukatorka. Sylwia na swoim profilu na Instagramie dzieliła się poradami, jak w codziennym życiu pielęgnować dobre nawyki. Mogliśmy się dowiedzieć m.in. jak zakładać i prowadzić ogródki przydomowe, czy chociażby przetwarzać sezonowe owoce i warzywa.
O kampanii Podaj dalej mówiły media. Od lokalnych portali po ogólnopolskie serwisy. Patronat medialny nad kampanią objął portal Noise.
Ponadto w ramach kampanii przyznaliśmy granty edukacyjne dla 27 naszych miast partnerskich. W ramach nich nasze samorządy partnerskie mogły organizować inicjatywy edukacyjne, wydarzenia oraz spotkania. To dzięki nim wśród lokalnych społeczności promowaliśmy rolę zieleni w mieście, ale też ideę less waste i świadomego gospodarowania odpadami.
Ale to nie wszystko. Do akcji dołączyli również nasi pracownicy, którzy odwiedzili żłobki, przedszkola i szkoły. Wolontariusze i edukatorzy pokazywali, jak sadzić i dbać o łąki kwietne, rozmawiali o dobrych nawykach, a także o tym, jak dawać rzeczom drugie życie. Prawie 50 osób przeprowadziło lekcje dla blisko 1500 dzieci w 30 miejscowościach. Dodatkowo nasi pracownicy zasiali również wieloletnią łąkę kwietną przy oddziale w Jeleniej Górze.
Podaj dalej buduje zaangażowanie lokalnych społeczności, bo razem możemy więcej.
Najstarsze miasto w Polsce, stolica polskiego złota, chce być urzędem i jest urzędem na miarę XXI wieku, urzędem przyjaznym dla mieszkańców, ale i też urzędem przyjaznym cyfrowo. Przystąpiliśmy do pilotażu płatności w M-Obywatelu jako pierwsze miasto. Przyspiesza to pracę urzędu, dlatego chcemy iść dalej i poza tymi płatnościami w M-Obywatelu, płatnościami kartą, chcemy też wdrożyć wszystkie formularze elektroniczne. Dążymy do tego, żeby jak najmniej było papierologii, do tego, żeby nie odsyłać mieszkańca potem tradycyjny blankiet.
Regulowanie należności odbywa się często i coraz częściej bezgotówkowo. Daje nam to bezpieczeństwo, duży komfort, też takie poczucie nowoczesności obiektu. Uznajemy to za bardzo bezpieczne, bardzo wygodne, bardzo takie nowoczesne, a nasi mieszkańcy cieszą się, że mogą w ten sposób u nas korzystać z usług.
Cały czas jesteśmy gotowi na różne nowości technologiczne. Już w tym roku działa u nas w strefie płatnego parkowania możliwość płacenia bezgotówkowo. Chcemy, żeby ta codzienność odbywała się szybko, sprawnie, wygodnie, a przede wszystkim w sposób bezpieczny.
Okay, and because the language of the next presentation is Ukrainian, if you don't speak Ukrainian, please get your headsets with translation. Dobrze, okazało się, że to jest jednak inaczej rozwiązane i będziemy mieć...
So, as it turns out, we will have translation into Polish into a microphone.
Proszę Państwa, zaczynamy. Zaczynamy część...
Very well, so let us begin. Oh, apparently we need a few more minutes.
Zachęcam Państwa do wchodzenia już na salę.
So please take your seats if you're ready. As part of this year's City Development Forum that looks at resilience and how to build the future in the face of risks, Ukraine has been mentioned on quite a few occasions. Now we will move on to Kharkiv, and Tetiana Ilchenko, an economist by education, a holder of MSc from the National University of Teaching in Kharkiv. Tetiana is a known figure in Ukraine. She started as a financial inspector, then she became a head accountant and over to key management functions in the City Council of Kharkiv. Today you're wearing a uniform, so we will speak about the most important and most difficult things. And you will talk about civil defense during civil protection during armed conflict. This is one of the things that we have to address in Polish cities, whether we like it or not. So we're looking at shelters, if we have shelters or not, because the feeling of threat is not without a reason. So we will keep listening. Anna is with Tetiana. You can't see her. She's right there. And she will be an important addition to this presentation. Dear ladies and gentlemen, it's a great honor to be here, and I'm grateful for your warm reception. I would like to start by thanking you on behalf of the mayor of Kharkiv. I'd like to thank the people of Poznan and the authorities of Poznan for their ongoing support since day one of the full-scale invasion. I'm sorry for my throat. I will try not to stumble. I just couldn't miss this opportunity to be with you, so I came despite my sickness. So Poznan has been supporting Kharkiv by providing humanitarian aid also for our heating plant. We also appreciate your support in the realm of culture and sports. And it is great that kids from Kharkiv can come to Poznan and forget the shelling, the air raids, and speak to their peers, colleagues from Poznan. This surely helps them switch off the war trauma at least for a while. And in this context, I would like to tell you a little bit about what living in Kharkiv is like. So we've been facing the aggression for 4 years. The Russian aggressor keeps destroying our cities, our infrastructure. They want to threaten us. They want us to panic. But be assured, we hold on. We keep working, keep living. Let me tell you a little bit about the most difficult challenges. The residential buildings, that's one of the key challenges. The situation is very, very difficult. Shelling continues. As of today, we have 12,000 damaged buildings. 9,000 of them are residential buildings. Each day we try to renovate them. So we reinstall windows, we fix walls, we repair roofs, but the enemy keeps doing that, keeps destroying what we have rebuilt. On top of that, the enemy destroys the infrastructure, including schools, kindergartens, and hospitals. Last night, a city hospital was partially destroyed. Luckily, no one was hurt. No one was killed, only 4 patients were hurt. That's not a big figure compared to the other statistics. As of today, we are preparing for the winter season. But winter is not just one of the seasons, and we have to prepare or stay prepared throughout the year. For instance, as you may have heard, in the winter of 22-23, our heating system had to be restarted 8 times. This is unprecedented, not only in Ukraine, but also globally. In the spring of 2024, Russia destroyed our electricity generator in Kharkiv. And then they destroyed another heating plant in March and one more in the summer. Towards the end of September, 18 Shahid drones hit our transformation station at the same time. As a result, nearly half a city had no electricity. On the 5th of October, just a few days from now, a huge number of drones hit our transforming stations, and 22,000 users had no electricity. Today, power is back, but it takes time to restore electricity supply. It always takes time and effort. So the city is preparing for the winter. We are installing modular heating plants that can work autonomously and providing heat even when there is no power. So we want to be ready for all possible scenarios. By understanding the trends in Russian attacks, we've come to understand that this heating season will be the most difficult from the beginning of the invasion. Now, education. I'd like to share my unique experience and tell you about some unique projects. For the first time ever, Kharkiv organized underground schools in our underground stations. This is where we teach 17,000 pupils, but the demand keeps growing. So we use underground railway stations to teach children. Right now we have 18 units like this, that's 7 underground schools, 6 underground railway stations, and 6 shelters. These underground schools is a unique space, not only in terms of education, but also a space of advanced technology. This is where students can learn safely, and the role of the city is to make sure that the quality of education is maintained and provided in safe conditions. Now let me move on to the most important part of my presentation, that will look directly at civil protection. So this is what I do in my daily work. And I need to stress the support of the mayor of Kharkiv. So we have completed the following projects since the beginning of the war. So we created a command center for Kharkiv, so a place where representatives of all rescue services, local authorities and municipal companies operate. The goal was to simplify communication, to shorten response times. And this crisis management center is located at level -2.5 underground. It has a 100 kilowatt power generator, and it can autonomously provide electricity. And it has happened that we needed that electricity. We also have a separate server room, a separate firefighting system. In our crisis management center, we have representatives of all municipal services. So that will be the police, the firefighters, ambulances, power repair services, gas supply services, and representatives of the technical radio. We do not have air defenses, and this is important. I'll tell you why. The system operates 24 hours. In our city, we also have civil protection units. These are professional services, including representatives of municipal services, members of the police, members of rescue services, emergency medical services, gas services, power supply services, and the Red Cross. As you may have noticed, this list corresponds to the lineup of our crisis management center. So these are the services that are the first to go out and help people after a strike. So almost a half of all missions of our specialists is related to warfare. The other half are infrastructural disasters or accidents, fires, including forest fires. This is why our crisis management center will remain operational also after the war ends. Thirdly, we have created a digital radio communication system. This system uses Motorola hardware. Today we have 5 transmitters all over the city, but we want to add more. The system is working well, but we want to add another 3 transmitters. We also have 131 handheld radios, but the demand is much, much bigger, and I'll tell you why. Firstly, the idea to build this system was born after the first blackouts, when mobile connectivity was no longer effective and rescue services not always could use Starlinks. So we needed to come up with a new system that is operational, ensuring reliable communication with the Crisis Management Center and our rescue services that go out for missions. And we've had quite a few instances when the system actually saved lives. And since we have army representatives in the Crisis Management Center, we know of approaching aircraft, and we know when the enemy wants to strike again. Then this system allows us to warn people in a matter of seconds and give people a chance to seek shelter. Another solution is a specialist video surveillance system. It has 9 dome cameras, and the image is displayed on a video wall in our Crisis Management Center. 9 screens, as shown. When I spoke about the Crisis Management Center, I had no pictures for you, because it's not a publicity stunt. It's something that we do for the safety of people. So that's why we show no pictures. But here we made an exception, and you can see the interior of our crisis response center. So there's the video wall and the representatives of the rescue services who monitor the situation in the city 24/7. Now let's go back to the cameras. They are deployed across the city to cover the entire territory of Kharkiv. This helps us identify emergencies very accurately. In this way, we can shorten the response time. Before we set up the Crisis Management Center, rescue services would normally go to the rescue after a phone call from a resident who reported an emergency, whether witnessed or suffered personally. So there would be things like gas explosions or traffic accidents. But human nature is not straightforward. People will not always call immediately. It usually takes 30 seconds or 60 seconds before people realize what actually happened, and only then they pick up the phone. Now, with these cameras, the entire city is covered by video surveillance on an ongoing basis. So we can identify crises and send our rescue teams very accurately to the place of the incident. And actually, residents call when our team is already there. So in this way, our response time is 1.5 minutes, maybe 2 minutes. And in this way, we save lives. So our monitoring system, as shown on the previous slide, shows the efficiency of the system. Last year, in the city, we developed and implemented an automated population warning system. The system allows makes it possible to warn people, businesses, and public administration. So we use the system to transmit air raid alarms. So the system allows us to respond in time to threats. As a result, we were able to differentiate between different alarms and to reduce the total number of alarms by 40%. Why is it important? Well, if you've ever been to Kharkiv, or if you know the geography, then you know that the borderline between Russia and Kharkiv is just 40 kilometers. And fighting at the border continues all the time. This is why alarms in the city before the system was deployed were actually continuous. I told you that in our crisis management center, we also have radio communication soldiers or troops from the radio communication division. In this way, we know whether the enemy aircraft is targeting the city or is just going to fly over the city. So this gives us a certain sense of safety if the attack is not targeting us. Now, the next thing is a network of resilience points. Resilience points are temporary shelters, usually located in educational buildings, other public buildings. And we created this network thanks to the initiative of the private sector. So this is where people can come to and stay warm. This is especially important during the winter because here we have an autonomous heating and electricity supply. All those points have a stable fiber optic internet connection. So when there is no one else to turn to, people would come here. They have a chance to call their friends and relatives and tell them that they are all right. There's also food, water, and supplies. People can come here and receive the basic supplies such as soap. So after the power is cut off, these resilience centers come online and then they operate 24/7. Now, another example this is an example that other cities start to follow. From the beginning of the invasion, we have collected a stockpile of construction materials, and this allows us to respond quickly to air raids and shelling, especially when bombing takes place at night in winter. Municipal services go out there on a mission to help remove the damage caused by the attackers. So our rescue teams work hard day in, day out to remove the rubble, remove the damage, and other colleagues secure the buildings. Even if a single drone strikes, the windows in the entire building break. So sometimes we have to secure 2,000 windows on a single night. Well, 2,000 windows, is it a lot? Well, if you are in a residential district and look around and all the windows are broken, then it tells you about the scale. So to respond to these challenges, we need to have a supply of spare windows, and we use the stockpile we have built to repair that damage. We don't have to wait until the new windows are delivered. We can start immediately. So, and those stockpiles are then replenished up to the level we predefined. So this is a very efficient approach. Now, one more thing. Shelters. During the war, we added more shelters to provide enough space for 97% of the residents of the city. Why 97? Unfortunately, in most cases, these are very simple shelters, such as basements of residential buildings or mobile shelters like this at bus stops and parks. So we still have a lot of work to do. We understand this if we want to provide safety for 100% of residents. Because even the simplest, the simplest shelters, they only keep you safe against the explosion wave, but they don't keep you safe against a direct hit. And some more comments. The state of Ukraine, not only the city of Kharkiv, is working in that direction. And in December 2024, a coordinating committee was set up at the government's level, and a strategy to deploy more shelters has been developed. Our Finnish colleague will probably confirm this. I think our strategy is based on the Finnish example. So we want to keep 100% of our population secure in shelters. Our first operational plan covers 3 years, 25, 26, 27. The strategy continues until 34. And we understand that this requires a lot of materials. Well, we can't keep rebuilding our country and building new shelters. So it's going to take decades to complete this target. So we will continue as long as it takes. I also wanted to emphasize that here you can see my colleagues in Kharkiv, and quite importantly, international community plays an important role, providing us with donations, providing equipment. You can see the radios, the walkie-talkies here. You can see vehicles donated by our friends from the international community. And one more thing. immediately before I left for Poznan, we received an underground hospital that is fully independent and can fully operate underground. So we need places like this, and that's why I'm sharing this information with you, but I do hope you will never have an opportunity to use this knowledge in practice. Thank you very much.
Naprawdę wzruszające i ciekawe. Niestety.
Thank you very much for this very touching and moving example. Unfortunately, it's likely that we will have to follow that example. And I would like to ask the following question. As you were building your team, have you developed some new technologies, some new solutions that are dedicated to addressing these challenges? And if yes, then where do these innovations come from? Do you cooperate with some engineers who develop these? Thank you very much for the question. As I mentioned, yes, obviously. We use state-of-the-art technologies, for instance, dome cameras that help identify locations of emergencies. So digital radio tracking equipment, it's been proven and practiced, and it is effective. So who do we work with? We work with State Special Communications Service, where security is a priority. I have one more question about Polish and Ukrainian army. Do Polish soldiers go to Ukraine to learn from you? Do we have any regular meetings, or not so much? Thank you. I don't know if the city of Kharkiv cooperates with Polish army, so I can't take this question. I think it's beyond my level of access. But I can confirm that the city of Kharkiv cooperates with the Ukrainian army. We receive information from that source, and on that basis we can sound air raid alarms or stop those alarms. So we use information from the military for protecting our population and our services. So the cooperation with the Ukrainian army works very well. I don't know about the Polish army. I also have a question. Before the Russians' aggression, how many shelters did you have? What was the percentage of coverage? Or did you start building those shelters after the aggression began? Thank you for that question. Yeah, I understand the question is about shelters. I can't give you the exact percentage, but in the beginning of the war, we had 331 places like this. Now we have 3,000. 3,347, so it's 90% increase. But the 3,000 that we deployed since the war began, they are very simple shelters. They do meet applicable standards, and they were set up in accordance with the new legislation on administrative buildings and residential buildings. And the strategy to develop the shelter building strategy assumes that we will build more advanced shelters as well. The simplest ones only protect people against fragments, bomb or debris fragments. The proper shelters are sealed tight, and they can sustain living for 48 hours. So they take much more effort to build and deploy. As you remember, those underground schools, they are built in accordance with that standard. I have a question regarding deaf people. We have an organization that supports deaf people. We have quite a few of them from Kharkiv and Poznan. We take care of them here. And the question is whether Kharkiv provides warning alarms to deaf people as well. Do you have infrastructure to do that? That's very interesting for me. Thank you for that question. It's a very valid question as well. I fully understand your concern. Let me take a step back. Before the war, we started a project on digital transformation of the city. And that project was addressing deaf people, especially in healthcare institutions. So that was essentially a tablet device allowing deaf people to communicate with doctors or with a translator. And the next stage was administrative buildings, but healthcare was a priority. So when a deaf person seeks medical advice, they need to be able to communicate efficiently. So we had this project before the war. Now it's no longer a priority. There is less demand. Perhaps deaf people left Kharkiv. And answering your question, in our shelters, we have a number of solutions. So first we identify whether a deaf person is present, and if they are there, then we would try to respond to their needs. Our city council in the autumn of 2024 opened an inclusivity department that also addresses the needs of people with disabilities. So things like pedestrian crossings adapted to the needs of people with disabilities, and then access ramps for people in wheelchairs. Well, we know that those needs are not fully addressed yet, but this is the way we want to go. Okay, another question here.
Thank you. I've been wondering about how the population's life is different from ours, and how they cope during the conflict, and how they try to live normal lives. Thank you very much for the question. Why am I smiling? Many people, especially when we came here 2 days ago, many people have been asking us, how are you living? Are you still alive? And you know what I mean. Of course, it's been hard. The first night in Poland, I slept for 6 hours without waking up. It's a luxury. And I really appreciate it, and you should appreciate the fact that you can sleep like this. It's been hard, but we've been working. Each person from Kharkiv had to make an informed choice. We know why we are there. And we understand that this is some kind of social responsibility before ourselves, before the people around us. And that's why we are working. We will win. We will make it. But before we draw to the end, I have a question, because we have here many representatives of Polish cities and towns and different institutions, municipal institutions. Imagine that they would ask a question that has not been asked here. The 10 things that we should do now in order to avoid the biggest mistakes from which you have learned. What would that be? Thank you. This is not an easy question, I must say. If you could be more specific about the 10 things that we should do. Well, to cope with the situation and what 10. Okay, I could tell you how to cope with the situation, but 10 things for preventing it, I can't really answer that question. Because this is beyond my scope of competence. I meant more practical things. For example, if critical infrastructure is being bombed, you've had enough experience how to deal with it, that sometimes investing in the latest technology is a mistake, but we should go back to what is analog, what is primitive, simple, but more effective. If this is the question about 10 things, you count if it's 10. First thing, number one. The municipal authorities should organize an evacuation system. When we are talking today, city authorities should have a good understanding of where to gather people, where to evacuate them. So evacuation would be number one, because if, God forbid, anything happens, people are the most important thing. Secondly, shelters. You should understand, we should know where they are. Of course, this is a costly investment, not based on a short-term policy, but cellars where people can get shelter So the city authorities should understand how many people can get shelter out of those who are evacuated. Thirdly, the alarm systems. The first bombs or shelling in Kharkiv were not preceded by an alarm system. So the systems should have independent sources of energy. Now also independent channels, communication channels, so that people know what to do, where to go. What else? And a coordination center, not a situation center as we have it in Kharkiv, but the municipal authorities should appoint a number of individuals and they are a city brain accumulating information where decisions would be made. And it would be a source of very precise guidelines. So, you know, this center and cooperation. I didn't mention it. I meant to. Our extreme situation department is the only department that directly reports to the city mayor. And this short distance between us and the city authorities results in effective and honest communication that avoids the many links. We can just communicate like, you know, like children do, because, you know, when you use intermediaries, the communication takes longer and it may be distorted. So communication between the city mayor and the emergency services should be as direct as possible. So the city authorities obtain directly data on the basis of which they can make decisions and communicate these decisions to be implemented and cooperate with the services like the police and the health authorities are all in the competence of the central government. And it is important to cooperate with the state structures and to work on cooperation that is of key importance to a city. Thank you very much. I'm just double checking. Okay, one more question. Yes, I would like to. Of course, we are moved and we are in awe of how effectively you handle these extreme situations. We have talked a lot about technologies and systems and institutions like the firefighters and medics and education. My question is about possible psychological support or in Kharkiv, or how cultural institutions have changed to sustain the sense of social responsibility and staying in Kharkiv. Thank you for the question. Has anyone here been to Kharkiv? Okay, someone in the front. You're welcome. Visit us. We have a great city. well, visitors do not pay attention to it. But many people who are not locals ask, why would you need, why are you planting trees or fixing lighting systems or organizing street concerts when this situation allows for it? We do, for example, we place a piano in the street, and everything is, and it's in a very special place, so that in case of danger, people can immediately go down to the metro. People say, why? Look, if we hadn't had the cultural life, if we hadn't had this light, this, street illumination, we probably would see no sense in the life as it is today in Kharkiv, and that's why the cultural life is growing. And early this year, we had a shelter in the local theater, and it was a double. It had a double role. So it was a shelter, but also cultural events could be organized, and guests from other cities and countries could be invited there for, well, it took us 3 years to launch this theater, opera and ballet theater in a shelter. Of course, it's not a full value theater. It can only attract up to 1,000 spectators. But let me share my experience. In late September, I was invited to a comedy, female egoists, and I left the theater. And pathetic as it may sound, but I wanted to live. I wanted to work. And for an hour and a half, you just forget everything. You switch off your phone, because I track what is going on, even here in Poznan. Speaking about technology, I know what is going on in Kharkiv right now. And so this is a feeling that you want to work for the victory. So cultural life for Ukrainians and for the residents of Kharkiv is very important. Well, thank you very much. I'm sure that we can continue the conversations outside of this room. Let's applaud Tetiana. If you would like to see, to talk to me and see what it looks like, in my phone I have many resources, many photos, but I can also tell you how we respond to damages. You are more than welcome to talk and watch it. Thank you very much for your support. And now we will have a break to take a breath and recharge our batteries, to talk to Tetiana, and we'll be back at 12:30, and we will start with Anna Domaradzka's presentation.
Bo wszyscy jesteśmy dumni, że żyjemy w Wielkopolsce, europejskim regionie aktywnych ludzi.
I didn't know what my heart was in for till you stepped into the room. And I didn't show, but I wanted to know everything I could about you. See, I was told the dreams were made to be believed in, so I put every single dream in you. But you set the bar so high above the sky, and you nailed it to the floor. 'Cause for some odd reason I don't believe it in this one thing I adore. Wow. What is loving anymore? But you set the bar so high above the sky, and you nailed it to the floor. 'Cause for some odd reason I don't believe it in this one thing I adore. What is loving anymore?
W InPost wierzymy, że dobre nawyki warto mnożyć, dlatego stworzyliśmy kampanię edukacyjną Podaj dalej, mnożymy dobre nawyki. To kampania, która łączy edukację ekologiczną, lokalne działania i społeczne zaangażowanie, bo prawdziwa zmiana to impuls, który łączy zaangażowanie każdego z nas i rozprzestrzenia się jak fala. Zobaczcie, jak zachęcaliśmy do mnożenia dobrych nawyków w całym kraju.
Zorganizowaliśmy niecodzienną akcję rowerową. W Warszawie, Częstochowie, Krakowie, Rzeszowie i Wrocławiu rozdawaliśmy nasiona łąk kwietnych w podwójnych opakowaniach. Jedno dla Ciebie, drugie do podarowania dla bliskiej osoby. Bo idea szerzenia dobrych nawyków jest sercem naszego programu.
Do projektu dołączyła również Sylwia Majcher, dziennikarka i ekoedukatorka. Sylwia na swoim profilu na Instagramie dzieliła się poradami, jak w codziennym życiu pielęgnować dobre nawyki. Mogliśmy się dowiedzieć m.in. jak zakładać i prowadzić ogródki przydomowe, czy chociażby przetwarzać sezonowe owoce i warzywa.
O kampanii Podaj dalej mówiły media. Od lokalnych portali po ogólnopolskie serwisy. Patronat medialny nad kampanią objął portal Noise.
Ponadto w ramach kampanii przyznaliśmy granty edukacyjne dla 27 naszych miast partnerskich. W ramach nich nasze samorządy partnerskie mogły organizować inicjatywy edukacyjne, wydarzenia oraz spotkania. To dzięki nim wśród lokalnych społeczności promowaliśmy rolę zieleni w mieście, ale też ideę less waste i świadomego gospodarowania odpadami.
Ale to nie wszystko. Do akcji dołączyli również nasi pracownicy, którzy odwiedzili żłobki, przedszkola i szkoły. Wolontariusze i edukatorzy pokazywali, jak sadzić i dbać o łąki kwietne, rozmawiali o dobrych nawykach, a także o tym, jak dawać rzeczom drugie życie. Prawie 50 osób przeprowadziło lekcje dla blisko 1500 dzieci w 30 miejscowościach. Dodatkowo nasi pracownicy zasiali również wieloletnią łąkę kwietną przy oddziale w Jeleniej Górze.
Podaj dalej buduje zaangażowanie lokalnych społeczności, bo razem możemy więcej.
Najstarsze miasto w Polsce, stolica polskiego złota, chce być urzędem i jest urzędem na miarę XXI wieku, urzędem przyjaznym dla mieszkańców, ale i też urzędem przyjaznym cyfrowo. Przystąpiliśmy do pilotażu płatności w M-Obywatelu jako pierwsze miasto. Przyspiesza to pracę urzędu, dlatego chcemy iść dalej i poza tymi płatnościami w M-Obywatelu, płatnościami kartą, chcemy też wdrożyć wszystkie formularze elektroniczne. Dążymy do tego, żeby jak najmniej było papierologii, do tego, żeby nie odsyłać mieszkańca potem tradycyjny blankiet.
Regulowanie należności odbywa się często i coraz częściej bezgotówkowo. Daje nam to bezpieczeństwo, duży komfort, też takie poczucie nowoczesności obiektu. Uznajemy to za bardzo bezpieczne, bardzo wygodne, bardzo takie nowoczesne, a nasi mieszkańcy cieszą się, że mogą w ten sposób u nas korzystać z usług.
Cały czas jesteśmy gotowi na różne nowości technologiczne. Już w tym roku działa u nas w strefie płatnego parkowania możliwość płacenia bezgotówkowo. Chcemy, żeby ta codzienność odbywała się szybko, sprawnie, wygodnie, a przede wszystkim w sposób bezpieczny.
Jak się nie rozwijasz, to się cofasz. A przecież świat tak szybko idzie do przodu. Klienci mają coraz większe oczekiwania.
Dlatego jestem gotowy na zmiany. I oferuję im płatności bezgotówkowe.
Dołącz do tych, którzy zrobili już krok do przodu.
Tak dzisiaj brzmi biznes.
Sięgnij po terminal z programu Polska Bezgotówkowa za 0 zł i zyskaj więcej.
Tak jak drzewo, ty też potrzebujesz dobrych warunków, aby pięknie wzrastać. Dlatego dbamy o czyste powietrze wolne od smogu, o czystą wodę wolną od zanieczyszczeń i ścieków, o czystą zieleń nieskażoną odpadami i o czystą, dobrą energię prosto z natury. Dbamy o dobry klimat dla ciebie i dla całej Polski. Narodowy Fundusz Ochrony Środowiska i Gospodarki Wodnej.
Jeszcze do niedawna w Urzędzie Miasta i Gminy w Jutrosinie jeden telefon przypadał na niecałych 4 urzędników.
Gmina Jutrosin postanowiła to zmienić, a IDEA dostała zadanie, by to wykonać.
Stworzyliśmy wirtualną centralę i dostarczyliśmy telefony, a także nowe laptopy i monitory dla pracowników. I to wszystko widać, chociaż zmieniło się wiele więcej. Zmodernizowaliśmy sieć informatyczną LAN, wdrożyliśmy oprogramowanie do backupu, dostarczyliśmy licencję do UTM-a urzędu, przeprowadziliśmy szkolenie z cyberbezpieczeństwa, bo pracownicy urzędu dbają o aktualizowanie wiedzy także w tym zakresie. Stworzyliśmy też wirtualne środowisko cloud. Nie, chmur nie widać, ale są, ale nie widać. A, wiem, chcesz pewnie zapytać?
Ile zajęło wdrożenie?
7 dni.
Ile?
Tak, tydzień.
Postawiliśmy na rozwój, innowacje i możliwość dalszych modernizacji. Kwota przeznaczona na projekt Cyfrowa Gmina jest inwestycją w bezpieczeństwo danych i sprawną komunikację między mieszkańcami a urzędem.
Projekt grantowy Cyfrowa Gmina w ramach programu operacyjnego Polska Cyfrowa na lata 2014-2020.
Dobrze. Zapraszam Państwa do zajmowania miejsc. Przed nami
So please take your seats. We have another item on the agenda. And now it will be somehow different because thus far we've had presentations prepared by our speakers looking at a very specific issue or item. But now we will have a panel discussion right here on stage. We will have an introductory presentation by Dr. Anna Domaradzka, who works for Civil City Lab, that's a social science institute at the University of Warsaw. And her presentation is called Smart City, Between Innovation and Security. So Anna takes the floor, and after the presentation, she will be joined by Tomasz Misiak from Polska Bezgotówkowa Foundation and Mr. Mateusz Twardawa from the Poznań Supercomputing and Networking Center. Thank you. It is a great privilege to speak after such a fantastic lineup of speakers, so I can make references to what they spoke about. And I'm truly honored to be here because I can see a lot of cohesion between what is in my presentation and what the previous speakers spoke about. My presentation is the fruit of a work of an interdisciplinary team at the Civil City Lab, an institute founded in 2019 at the University of Warsaw. I am the founder, and I hope that this multidisciplinary team of sociology, psychology, and ethnography will continue to research the city. The goal of this research is to improve the management and design of different solutions for the city. So it's a resident-centered approach. So the previous speakers spoke about how important cities are in the context of the growing sense of insecurity. So should a city be a shelter, or should it be a battlefield? And this is very important also in the context of technological development. So centers are a testing ground for new technologies. So more often than not, they are a training ground for technologies, not only for thinking about crises. Now, a smart city with lots of new technologies based on innovative approach to managing service and resources. A city like this, is it more vulnerable to climate risks because it consumes more energy? Is it more vulnerable to risks such as pandemics or migrations or geopolitical tensions? Or conversely, will it be more resilient? If we invest in technology, will we be safer? Will cities become shelters? So the starting point for our studies is something we observed a while ago, namely, when a technology is deployed, the scale is usually quite big, but the deployment is not preceded by a diagnosis of the needs. And this worries us as sociologists because the outcome that affects residents is not interesting to city authorities, because city authorities don't have enough time to adequately prepare that deployment. This is where we need in-depth studies to make sure that technology is deployed in a way that makes sure that good effects are delivered, improving the quality of residents' lives. And trust is very important in this context. My studies that I will elaborate on later on underline the importance of trust in building resilience. Trust and technology mix in an interesting way. And I will tell you more about the effect of a study called The Right to an Intelligent City. And that study was the beginning of our monitoring of how technologies affect cities. So we use the concept of rights to the city. Everyone should have a right to their city. So we emphasize that in the context of contemporary challenges of health, climate, and security, technology is often portrayed as the only solution, the hope to make things better. And now AI algorithms promise a lot. We want to believe that AI can solve dilemmas related to human development. But in this context, we should not forget that if we want to use technology to solve urban problems, then we also need to make sure that residents are at the very center of what we do. And as we've seen in Kharkiv and in Finland, the potential to overcome crisis is in the people. This is not an abstract concept, and it's not something that you can impose on people. No, people have to find it within themselves. They have to find trust, because without trust, they could never build resilience. So without those relations, there will be no resilience. This is why the sense of agency and the sense of effect is necessary to build communities, not only in urban areas, in rural areas as well. The right to the city reminds us, the slogan reminds us that it's the residents who are at the receiving end of policies and innovation. And that's why they need to be asked about what they need, and then they should be monitored. I mean, we should monitor whether those technologies actually give them something good or maybe deprive them of some resources. In other words, we want to keep looking at the effect of digitization and the social costs and benefits of digitization and their effect on urban communities. This is, of course, strongly interrelated with the concept of safe, resilient cities, cities that need to have the skill to regenerate. Now, exclusions, digital exclusion, no access to good quality internet and hardware, also algorithm bias. This is something that happens when an algorithm is implemented. So the effects are not fair, not just. So certain forms of discrimination are sustained and even reinforced if the algorithm is not well designed. And the resilience in the context of infrastructure and technology, which is obvious, but also we have institutions and communities built by people, so something that calls for cooperation and co-responsibility. This was well illustrated by the speaker from Kharkiv. There is technology, but behind it there are people who have a shared goal and shared motivation to do and act together. Perhaps thinking about technology as a shared good, something that is a way to solve a technology problem, that's the right way of thinking. And this is something I would say a sense of agency, both in the analog dimension, so the ways we can interact with our surroundings, but there's also digital agency. So do we know how to use digital services? And last but not least, why is it important? When we talk about the right to the city, why do we talk about the digital right to the city? Well, our civic rights in the digital era depend heavily on economic and political power. So it's no longer the traditional setup where the local mayor is the boss. Now it's Google, Meta, or other tech giants have the actual effect on the power setup. What is posted online? What is not posted online? Whose voice is heard and whose is not? So in this context, the digital right to the city is important when we look at specific implementations. In the smart city context, that would be digital information system, official applications that provide digital services, chatbots that are increasingly popular in Warsaw, providing the most basic information to residents, and all kinds of forms of monitoring trends and needs, not only directly with residents, but through analyzing big data, for instance, coming from locations. So understanding what services people use based on where their telephones were at a given time. So the digital right to the city, that's all kinds of security technologies that are deployed very quickly. During the pandemic, they were implemented immediately because privacy was less important back there. It's obvious that during the war we installed cameras because safety is more important than privacy. But what happens to those cameras after the war or after the pandemic? Some of those technologies were decommissioned, but some stayed. And the system knows everything about us, and that shouldn't exactly be the case. And the last thing I wanted to address is decision-making algorithms, so AI in general, and based on large language models and machine learning. And then autonomous vehicles or surveillance systems. Quite importantly, when I am critical about technologies, I'm not questioning the value of algorithms, the innovative services in towns and cities. This is all very important, and people need that because those technologies reduce error, they shorten service time. That's something everyone welcomes. But we can't deploy those technologies on a large scale without actually understanding the needs and associating those technologies with an actual need, and then following up to see if the promise has been delivered. I will tell you about qualitative and quantitative research in Tallinn, Singapore, and Warsaw. We asked residents about their beliefs associated with the city and the technology. We also went to local authorities. We spoke to officers who were in charge of different smart city projects, for instance, e-guardianship projects or video surveillance or smart waste management, and so on and so forth. We wanted to look at the barriers and challenges to the deployment and what were the beliefs among the champions of these technologies, and also some case studies. So we looked meticulously into the paperwork behind those projects, and we spoke to the people in charge of implementation. So what do we know? I will be very general. I will show you some results and a quick summary for the purpose of this meeting. So when it comes to the technologies deployed in the cities, they are rarely the result of a comprehensive policy. The most often smart city model is a project where we have smart projects rather than smart policies. So we have people across different departments who come up with one idea or another, like, okay, in Berlin they do this and that, or in Barcelona they have such and such project, so let's do it too. And how can we make it different? What's the hot thing in technology right now? So quite often the most important thing is not exactly the need to improve the quality of life or to solve a specific problem. Usually it's all about marketing or publicity stunt. And the underlying reason is that urban problems are so complex these days that it's hardly surprising that mayors or city councillors look for just any solution that will create an impression that problems are being addressed, that something is going on, that the city is trying to do something. So we have the concept of wicked problems, problems that are so difficult that mayors just don't know how to solve. But rather than admitting this, they pretend that they will have a solution to address, I don't know, welfare or senior citizens. So quite often there is this publicity motivation. The authorities want the city to have an image of an innovative city that is not worse than European leaders. And quite typically we have this ongoing stream of problems of firefighting, so to speak. And then after fighting a fire, the problem is no longer addressed. So we spend millions and then we don't do anything about it. We just orphan the project and we do another.
What is very concerning is that while we know that different municipal organizations are very actively trying to prevent wasting public money when technologies are not implemented without the residents in mind, here we cannot see competent actors of the civic society who try to limit or criticize smart city policy. I think this is related to non-existent competences. It is difficult to talk to an engineer about his or her project if you're just a local activist in a city. Now about the three models in the three cities under survey. They can be supplemented by other models, but I will focus on them, and that's the Tallinn model, where technology and digitalization is mainly to support entrepreneurship. Anyone who has an idea can come to the city council and test the solution in the city space for 6 months. It's a model based on transparency. We've talked about trust, and our research says that in Estonia, the trust level is not very high, but the level of fright is very low. So you may not trust the government or the local authorities, but you are not afraid of them. And the second model is Warsaw, of which I am most critical for obvious reasons. So many activities are aimed at creating an image of a modern metropolis, but it's very far from the ideal that we would like to have. And this is reflected in the decentralization of projects, and decentralization stems from specific ideas rather than a higher plan. In Warsaw, one of the super interesting new solutions in Warsaw is that it is the first city that has created a code of responsible AI to use AI by the city employees. And Singapore, the most exotic location, technology and politics intertwine, and they are a part of the strategic thinking, and for the next 100 years at least. And so resilience is more on the infrastructure and much less on the institutional level. So the residents are kind of used to the fact that it's always been good, so the next solution will probably be as good. I have referred to these three models in three different ways to emphasize that a smart city can be an incubator, a laboratory, and you can imagine not maybe Dr. Frankenstein's laboratory, but one where everyone sits in his or her corner and tries to do something. This may result in something, but not necessarily a cohesive technological idea. So Singapore, which is closest to the idea of a testing ground, of responding to different risks in the most effective way. Now about the surveys, resident surveys. We have asked the residents of the three cities how they perceive digitalization, and if they can approve of it, and if what kind of attitude they have towards artificial intelligence. I will tell you about one aspect, and that is acceptance of artificial intelligence in city management. So to what extent they would be willing to accept that algorithms would make most of the decisions. So Tallinn, one of the leaders of in producing these technologies, was least enthusiastic about it. Estonians say that they are not enthusiastic by nature, but so it is quite telling that they were quite critical about modern technologies. On the other hand, in Singapore, if you want to live there, of course you need to go to follow this trend. So the acceptance was much higher. But we looked at the different aspects, and the acceptance of the allowing algorithms into different processes varies from one process to another. For example, public transportation, that's high acceptance, or where more police patrols should be directed. Of course, these solutions can be conducive to our safety and using technological solutions in a city. But when asked if algorithms should decide about how much money specific districts should be allowed for specific investments, there were more doubts. People feel that there may be something else at play than just a rational decision-making. And interestingly, when we talked about human rights, residents' rights, and if algorithms should decide which demonstration should take place or not, because of the risk of riots, then the level of acceptance is much lower. In Singapore, it's quite high, but demonstrations are in fact illegal in Singapore. And the smallest rate of acceptance in Warsaw was in an area that calls for most humanism, and that's decisions about allowing municipal accommodation and financial support. And it's been highest in Singapore, where people are used to the fact that these functionalities have been in place. And a question to the officers, public officers, how many people think that algorithms should replace civil servants? So civil servants tend to be quite respected, because only between 15 and 18% decided that they would exchange civil servants with algorithms. What are the benefits of algorithmization according to the residents of the three cities? So the only advantage is that decisions made by artificial intelligence would be faster than decisions made by humans. But asked about the economic effectiveness, less than 50% decided that algorithms could be conducive to savings. And more importantly, when we ask to what extent people think that municipal authorities would better take into consideration all the residents' needs. So we're talking about the rights of the different residents to just as my predecessors from Berlin said, we think that in such issues, it's the municipal authorities have more competence than algorithms. And finally, and quite surprisingly, that's the final result. So the residents of the three cities are not quite, or maybe two, not quite certain that algorithms would be more objective in the decision-making process. So we know that the bias that we all have as humans is also embedded in algorithms or even increased. So objectivity is not an advantage that was spotted there. In Warsaw, for example, we took a look, we decided to find out how people accept other technologies other than artificial intelligence, different types of sensors that would help us to combat air pollution, so sensors that would monitor the quality of the air, and drones that would supply medical products, for example, during the pandemic or when we cannot leave home, and drones that monitor the air, or technical robots. All of them have been accepted by more than 70% of the residents. But when talking about face recognizing cameras that monitor the city space or controlling if the residents abide by the law, the acceptance was lower. So the general close look at our private issues is not enthusiastically received by the residents of Warsaw, and I think the Poznan would be very much so. So the lowest acceptance was for chatbots, conversation programs that would replace the first line of civil servants. We know that they are getting better, but still the experience of removing a human being from context between residents and the authorities, the same holds for removing drivers of buses and trams. When we took a closer look at Tallinn and the advantages of implementing technologies or not, we could see the differences, demographic differences, and it was the case in all the three cities. More trust into technologies is among affluent residents. People with lower education in a worse economic situation tend to be more skeptical, because I think that when we launch different systems that control our life in the city, very affluent people can still pay for their privacy. People who live in the gray area, sometimes for them to earn money is to work on the black market. They do realize that there are possibilities, their livelihood would be very much limited. And last but not least, trust for big technological companies is very strongly correlated with our trust or acceptance of technological solutions. People do realize that it's not the city mayor who decides about the technology. It will be decided by the technology provider, typically a large company that may have its own business and may not share the algorithm in a very transparent way. So we will never know whether we are safe or not by using this technology. So finally, let me tell you about the model that combines acceptance for artificial intelligence and municipal resilience, trust for the authorities, and former experience with technologies, and so how well we can handle it, and possible fear of the new technologies. So these are all interconnected factors, and the general conclusion is that civic agency and the sense of the agency are not very important when accepting different technologies, but it is very important when it comes to trusting the authorities, which is directly related to accepting technological solutions in the city. So it is all based on trust. So I feel like a foundation. I feel that I can express my doubts and needs in a city, but it is the trust for the authorities that cements my trust, my acceptance of technology in the city. Poor experience with technologies often result with the related fears, and the more we are concerned about the technology, the less we accept its presence in the city. So what affects acceptance of artificial intelligence and other technologies? Trust to the local authorities, that's the most important predictor, which means that we can accept some solutions if we perceive our local authorities as competent and responsibilities. So the perception of the local authorities and their competence should be invested in first, and only then be followed by multi-million investments, because these two go together, and without the first one, you will not use your investments fully. Similarly, technological fear, or fear of technologies, is an important element of a discussion that should be made aware, should be presented to local authorities. Fear of technology is a serious barrier to acceptance of technology. So if we know the technology is better, we are more likely to be less fearful, concerned. But what strongly affects our fear is our experience. So it is very easy to trigger off unwillingness for technology if you invest something poorly. Test your technology as long as it is possible, so that it is not rejected en masse once it has some clear flaws. Finally, the differences between the three cities show that there's no global strategy for implementing AI in the city. Each time you need to devise local strategies that would be aligned with the local culture and needs and how people will perceive the specific subsequent stages. In summary, when implementing new technologies, we should focus on the needs and the value systems of the users. And first, let's suggest solutions that increase privacy and the choice of the residents. And in the process, and we should make sure that the processes are open, and the representative of Finland told us about this morning. And let's define broadly the users. Let's not think of them as young, fit people who are very knowledgeable about the latest technologies and have the latest model of smartphone and who speak several languages. We cannot exclude senior citizens and immigrants, but also the LGBT plus community or people with disabilities, which are barriers to using. So let's take down the barriers in access to technology. Thank you very much, and I am looking forward to a discussion. Thank you. And now we need a moment to regroup or to actually place more armchairs on the stage, to which I would like to invite Mateusz Twardawa from the Polish Supercomputing Network Center and Tomasz Misiak from Polska Bezgotówkowa Foundation. We're almost ready. So let's sit according to the photographs, so the audience know who is who. Thank you very much for this presentation, which introduced us to the subject, and it was a summary because you didn't mention it. It was a 7-year-old survey, and so you collected the material for quite a long time, and it included very important events for technological exclusion, like the pandemic. And we're talking about the space, the social, the business space, but also where moments of crisis speed up the development. So your research perspective will be topped with cybersecurity and the business perspective, so a financial aspect of an infrastructure that provides a sense of social security. Is it true that if I can pay by card, and if the ATMs are working, does it translate directly into a sense of security? I understand that you are addressing this question to me. I have been working for the financial industry for over 30 years, and the moments of truth, as you have mentioned them, are tests to the systems, to their capacity, but also to specific processes that first map the critical processes and then ponder the consequences of the specific failures, and then prepare substitution processes. It's a very long and costly process, but because it is handled professionally all over the world, we do not feel the consequences of any global faults, failures, or even local failures in specific countries, and outages and time when you cannot get access to your cash are very, very rare. And I think that this has resulted in this huge trust for these solutions, because as a result, we feel that this is very certain, not as we used to think of a bank as a building and a treasury inside, but we're thinking about processes and solutions that are very well prepared for any crisis situations. In the presentation that we have just seen, you mentioned an interesting element related to trust for how these tools are used against us. And so there's some extremities from monitoring the quality of the air to Pegasus. Both are technological solutions which, to some extent, monitor what is happening in a society. And come to think of it, both things. These are very extreme cases, so it's really difficult to talk about trust for any solution. But there is an area that is extremely sensitive. Mateusz, which of the technological solutions enjoy the least trust? Would it be cameras, as you could see in the presentation? For example, in Kharkiv, the cameras help to respond quickly to attacks and save human life. But during peace, they raise concerns. So where is the area of what we accept absolutely and what we have problems with accepting? Yes, as my predecessor said, payments and banks have enjoyed a good reputation, but when we're talking about cybersecurity and software and devices, trust can be quite misleading. Building trust for devices or solutions can be broken, and hence the so-called zero trust strategy, which says that we should not trust either devices, even if they connect you for the 100th time, even if you know them very well. Trust is not an easy thing in this context. And when it comes to the solutions that we use on a daily basis, we can see limited trust for automation of things typically related to humans or human interaction. So people have limited trust for what bots say. For example, nobody wants to follow a robot's instruction. We would trust more a human being with whom we could either talk or maybe attribute some fault to. But there's a number of areas in digitalization where trust for technology is smaller or ambivalent. A lot depends on the experience and the interaction that we have with a specific technology. If you have daily experience with, I don't know, temperature sensors or city lighting sensors, you know when they can fail, when they can work. And the last element with presenting trust to the suppliers of the different technological solutions, trust for specific corporations, larger and smaller. This trust varies.
Thank you. And the study you did, does it Well, you probably didn't have enough time to address this in your presentation, but can you tell us a little bit more about the cooperation between cities and the private sector, the businesses, and research institutions, technology accelerators, and institutions that monitor whether technologies have a beneficial effect on users? Do you have any insights about this? Because 3 cities, 3 different approaches. Right. I will perhaps refrain from talking about Warsaw, because Warsaw follows the product rather than searches for the right product. Maybe this is an oversimplification, because there are also more positive examples. But it's quite clear that Tallinn and Singapore do it in a different way. Tallinn has the tank strategy. So they need a system of EV chargers. Who's interested in joining the system? Then there are 4 applicants. Sorry, that's in Singapore, not Tallinn. So there are 4 applicants, and Singapore says, okay, but you need to tell us everything about your algorithms, because all the charges need to be coordinated. The businesses say, no, we can't do that. That's our intellectual property. This is how we build our competitive advantage. So Singapore says, if you're not interested, then it's a take it or leave it deal. So the city is the client. The client dictates the rules. In Tallinn, the position of the city is not as strong as in Singapore, but the city is fully open for testing new solutions. So Tallinn is the first user of innovation. So it's like a testing field for startup companies who may want to provide some services that residents could enjoy. And this builds a culture of openness and readiness to fail. Some technologies may not be perfect, but they still take you forward without building a barrier of mistrust. So if something has been tested in a city district, then let's implement it across the city. So trust, safety, and convenience. There's 3 things that are necessary in payment systems. Tomasz, Visa recently spoke about integrated payments in London, for instance. So a payment card that you can use to pay for your underground ticket or for city services. But in Singapore, well, you represent a foundation that promotes cashless society. If the city of Poznan asks you to show them your algorithms, would you do that? Or perhaps the divide between business and public sectors is just too deep. Well, let me just add that Singapore is a cash city. Well, I've been to Singapore on many occasions, and I never paid cash. Well, I understand this is what you have to say. Well, I can say whatever I want, and I'm here to present my perspective. And my perspective is as follows. If we want to have a good quality digital transformation in any city, at least 3 conditions must be met. Condition number 1, we need to make sure there is no digital exclusion. So everyone must be free to choose the way they want to do a certain service, including payments. So we digitize payments, we offer cashless payments, but our motto is pay the way you want. You can pay cash, you can pay card, or you can pay using an electronic system known as BLIK. A few years back, most people paid cash. Today, 70% pay card. That's their choice, but still 30% use a different method of payment. So it's not a question about what is better and what is worse. And then education. You can't transform anything, you can't change anything unless you prepare. Let me give you a very simple case. The year 1967, and shifting from right-hand drive to left-hand drive in Sweden, 5 a.m. in the morning. After 10 minutes, all drivers switched sides with next to no accidents. And that's because the society had been prepared for years through an educational campaign. And another element, trust. There is no financial systems without trust. Users must trust that their data will not be misused and that the payment will clear. So there's one more thing, cooperation. Cooperation must respect the two worlds. On the one hand, we are doomed to cooperate. Regulations are there to protect us, but we, as citizens, are sometimes concerned about this. When the sector implements double authentication, then users think that the process was made more difficult deliberately. One click is easier than 2 clicks. But we do it because it's important, it matters. But let me finish. You asked me a question. Let me take that question. So cooperation is important because we need to understand the mutual interactions. And answering your question directly, I don't think that any city, whether it's Poznan, Warsaw, or Singapore, any city could get Google's algorithms. Okay, the Poles are very enthusiastic to all new technical developments, especially in the banking sector. The Polish banking sector is actually quite innovative. It's been a leader for some time, a global leader when it comes to cashless payments. And this is related to the quickly developed habits that develop quickly based on trust. But now let's talk about data. We share a lot of our data when we pay card, when we shop, when we log to places that map our activity and our preferences. So in this area, how would you, what would you say about the way data is used and circulated today between different businesses that usually know a lot about residents, and that knowledge is not stored or shared with city authorities? So what are the relationships in this area? What should those relationships look like in a healthy cooperation ecosystem? Well, it would be great if those systems were based on trust, but this trust also has to be limited when we talk about personal data. Now, the example of Tallinn shows that the high level of trust there in the cooperation between universities and the city. That example shows that sometimes data is not adequately protected. And conversely, in Warsaw, we as researchers, we have to try real hard when we want to access some data, and we have to meet a lot of regulatory obligations. That's understandable, that data needs to be protected, but up to a certain point. Beyond that point, this is just bureaucracy and it's counterproductive. It does not protect anyone's data. And it seems important to me, and I learned this in Tallinn, that data movements are looked at or interpreted using migration theories. So the same data we could talk about in the context of Berlin. So we could have a certain policy when it comes to migrants and a similar policy when it comes to data. And that data migration or data movement is global these days. And we can manage it somehow only when we respect some universal rules. So you can have your local rules, but you should also have a data movement and data migration policy at the global level. But we live in the times of cyber attacks or cyber threats. Mateusz. How do you manage or control data of city residents in a way that keeps us safe, gives us a sense of security? Because the main topic of the forum, security and resilience, it can also, that dimension can also touch upon the digital realm. Right, that's a very important question. First of all, we can learn from our experience. We have witnessed lots of cyber attacks where data was stolen and then published. As a consequence, certain regulations had to be implemented. GDPR is the best example here, and these regulations force public administration and the private sector to take care of residents' data. But then this regulation and their implementation alone is not enough. We need to monitor, we need to do some follow-up. Right, so is it fair to say that the more digital a city is, then the more vulnerable it is to attacks? Yes, that's absolutely fair to say. Digitization itself generates a huge amount of data. The more devices we have, the more digital tools we use, the more databases we operate, the more vulnerable we are. And this gives you a sense of scale. The more companies use digital solutions, the greater the risk that one of those companies will fall prey to an attack. Okay, so last but not least, a question to Tomasz. How does the banking sector protect itself against cyber attacks and data vulnerabilities? I'm sure that your foundation tracks these efforts. So you promote cashless payments. This require using cards, and cards is an electronic means of payment. So what efforts do you take to build trust into you? Well, we are part of a large ecosystem, including a group of banks, acquirers, and clearing companies, as well as payers. And I'm sure that the level of experience with those individual processes is at the highest possible level. So we started with trust. Trust is our greatest asset. On the other hand, we have regulation such as DORA, which strongly improves process security. So we have double or even triple safeguards. So yes, you can feel safe, but well, you asked about cities, and cities are very important 57 or 58% of our population lives in cities. It's going to be 75% soon. So there are many figures out there who want to use certain tools against states and cities and people. But on the other hand, we are more capable as well, and we learn each day. We verify different scenarios to provide resilience at all levels and stages. And this resilience does not only come from financial institutions, they also come from service users. Today, the largest contributor to frauds is behavioral techniques, psychological techniques that mislead people. In this way, criminals obtain credentials. They know how to log in to bank accounts, to email accounts. And one more thing, entrepreneurship. A study that we've been doing with payment organizations show that SMEs have a very low level of awareness when it comes to cyber attacks. And this is very important because Polish economy is based on SMEs. And this is perhaps an area where local governments could cooperate with your foundation and with business associations. But let's keep this as a proposal made at the end of this short discussion. Do we have any questions to our speakers? It seems we do.
Good afternoon, Mirosława Kaźmierowska, Mobilet application. And I would like to ask my question of Tomasz. As a foundation, have you thought about an initiative that would inspire banks to present what would happen in Poland if in a crisis situation? So, for example, would they limit the cash that you could withdraw from an ATM? Would access to your bank account be limited? Would there be any limitations? I do realize that this is a very risky subject, but I think many people ask themselves and wonder how to diversify the risk, maybe choose between Polish and other banks, or maybe keep some cash at home. This is a typical question that many authorities, city authorities, need to face. So the question is, should they just pretend that the subject does not exist, or maybe just provide information that will not be terrifying, but will provide some knowledge? This is definitely a good question. This is a broader issue that does not only relate to the competence of banks, but this is something for cooperation with the public sector, because these are two independent areas need to cooperate. And well, this the Financial Monitoring Committee place a very strong emphasis on any emergency plans, and they do it in a very disciplined way by means of various analyses that define the level of threat, and there's also some replacement procedures that make it possible to authorize some offline transactions. So from the system's point of view, the system is relatively well prepared for the events that we have been able to predict. But an invasion of a state in a direct or indirect form, in the forms of like cyber attacks, calls for more solutions and scenarios. But this needs to be done in cooperation with the public administration. And a very important element here is that we do not raise the level of each other's fears, because maybe the biggest effect of the situation as we know it is fear. We should not be afraid. We should understand the threats and prepare for them. And that will be the best response to the attackers, I think. Thank you very much. I would like to ask you about your opinion on the Child Safety Act and the solution that forces minors, but not only minors, to provide data to confirm their age. Do you think that this is something that the EU should follow, or maybe this is too much control exerted on public information, because there have been many leaks, like for example with a Discord application, where the users, with the data of the users have been provided to third parties. When it comes to data, I understand that we're talking about typical data, personal data of minors. We need to realize that the risk of a leak of such data is an element. Well, let me rephrase it. In no way are we capable of preventing a process where young people use the internet and they provide their personal data. Hence, the most secure strategy would be to introduce to schools digital education for younger kids, so that children are aware of what may happen to this information online and how to use the internet safely. And these trainings would have to be provided also for the parents. But when it comes to the regulations, I cannot decide whether I would like this or other solution, because it is not easy to verify the age of the online users. France has a controversial solution where you need to log in and provide your personal data, but as we know, this solution is far from perfect. So there's another idea that on the level of the operational system, we can decide whether someone is a minor or not. This is a better solution, but again, data protection comes in. So from a commercial point of view, because we provide someone's data to companies, this needs to be decided by regulators in Poland or the EU. Thank you very much for this really good question. If I may add, I think the problem is that we provide data. That there is no social agreement between the citizen and the state because of the third actor business. And I'm not against I think that every child, just as he or she has a PESEL number, should have his or her digital ID that could be verified online. So the state could detach it from the ID, but use it for verification purposes. Only this digital ID would be provided. So, because this seems to be the only solution that protects our privacy online. I have a question to you. Are these solutions present in any of the countries that you have surveyed, or is this just an address? No, this is just an address, but I'm relying on people who also survey protection of personal data online. But I think that in Estonia there are similar solutions. I would have to dig into their e-governance system that. Well, there's some risk involved, I'm thinking out loud, of state control over us, because if we introduce this digital identification for kids, let's do it for adults. And if we do it for adults, then I will not obtain some internet content, and I won't even know that it exists, because my government does not want me to see the Tiananmen massacre. But of course, I understand the need for protecting children from some online content. This is the end of the panel, but let's. So we are ending it with a very important question that is closely related to our need for safety, and that still waits for a satisfactory solution, satisfactory for both those who need to feel free and those who would prefer safety to be placed to come first. Thank you very much for your participation, and you're not leaving now, because it is time now to sum up the 2 days of the City Forum. Let's applaud the panelists. And now I would like to ask Maciej Frąckowiak to the stage, who was here yesterday with you all day long, and he managed conversations and short debates. Let's sum up the 2 days for you, because a lot has happened. We had excellent presentations and a multitude of subjects. So we would like the organizers' efforts to be appreciated. Maciej. Yes. I was looking at my notes. So some of you may find them familiar. We started with new ideas and how resilience can be imagined, pictured, and how it is put into practice in different parts of Europe and the world. And finally, we talked about challenges, and this is how our last debate ended. And Carlos Moreno talked about proxilience, and he would say that this is the place to start the discussion. But I think it was very important for us, because we talked about resilience in the context of social justice and access to services. Today, we also had a very interesting presentation about the preparedness culture, which started back after the Second World War and is at the foundation of how Finland can feel resilient to threats, and the dual-use innovations were equally important. 2 years ago, people would ask, why should we invest in the defense industry, which may not come in handy and seems like a waste of money when it comes to grappling at other more important threats. There was also a very interesting metaphor of a network. We tend to think that if we want to be more resilient, then we need to cut off supply chains, but it doesn't mean that we should stop thinking in terms of networks. We can also come back to the metaphor of metropolitality and the super frame and the theories of migration and how we can apply what we do to people. And this was followed by what is best in thinking about challenges in many European cities and countries. Berlin is probably the best place to learn from about migration, Amsterdam to learn about water. And this was said today, and it is worth emphasizing. You may remember the Participation Act, and sociologists would say that this is an institutionalized conflict, which means that there will always be opponents of technology, but we cannot let them be critical only online. We need to discuss it with them so that they do not turn the table. Felix Schartner also reminded us about the role of culture and all the soft factors which are of key importance to resilience. And we had this very moving speech in the context of a war raging outside of Poland, and also the importance of a conviction that there are reasons why you want to survive and fight. And at the end, Domaradzka confirmed that we will always need clerks, civil servants, because we do not want them to be replaced by chatbots. And we also talked about the new roles faced by services, for example, the decentralized water management in Warsaw, but also supporting dual-use motivation. So the city performs many more functions. So artificial intelligence should make us more human and to show us how to share what is human about us with others. And we talked about the cities and how they can, how the city authorities and how they can fulfill needs of another interesting. Anna Domaradzka made a Freudian slip. She talked about not city, municipal technology, but masculine technology. There's a slip in Polish, that's a slip. But look at men who introduced us to the subject. So I am now giving the floor to Bogna. The City Forum is also about networking between partner cities that see the benefit of exchanging experiences, and to draw on this. They talk not only about successes, but also about their failures and problems. So this is the great value of the 2 days and all these speeches here. So let me say that this forum, this is the 9th forum, and it has accumulated huge knowledge that is available on the event's websites. And we do not know yet what we will be talking about next year, but it's the 10th one, so it's so I guess it's an ambitious plan for Iwona Matuszczak-Schulz, who, together with her team, is in charge of programming the event. So we are expecting the next 10th edition to be equally interesting as the previous ones. And is this the moment to thank Okay, it will come in a moment, but I remember talking to Ivana Mateusz-Schulz, who said that we need a forum about resilience because the city authorities need to think about social solidarity rather than individual agendas. I think that we will also talk about the responsibility of city councils. We would like to thank Ivana and the entire team that has prepared the team, people who work for the city council, Karina Auksenczuk, Unika Lech, and the two isolated interpreters, Michał Cieślak and Ewa Dratwa, who have interpreted for you into Polish, English, and the sign language, and the technicians who also have allowed us to provide this event in a hybrid form. Everything was well seen and well heard. We hope that we have inspired you quite well during these 2 days. Thank you and see you later.
Bo wszyscy jesteśmy dumni, że żyjemy w Wielkopolsce, europejskim regionie aktywnych ludzi.
I didn't know what my heart was in for till you stepped into the room. And I didn't show, but I wanted to know everything I could about you. See, I was told the dreams were made to be believed in, so I put every single dream in you. But you set the bar so high above the sky, and you nailed it to the floor. 'Cause for some odd reason I don't believe in this one thing I adore. Wow! What is loving anymore? But you set the bar so high above the sky, and you nailed it to the floor. 'Cause for some odd reason I don't believe in this one thing I adore. What is loving anymore?
InPost wierzymy, że dobre nawyki warto mnożyć. Dlatego stworzyliśmy kampanię edukacyjną Podaj dalej, mnożymy dobre nawyki. To kampania, która łączy edukację ekologiczną, lokalne działania i społeczne zaangażowanie, bo prawdziwa zmiana to impuls, który łączy zaangażowanie każdego z nas i rozprzestrzenia się jak fala. Zobaczcie, jak zachęcaliśmy do mnożenia dobrych nawyków w całym kraju.
Zorganizowaliśmy niecodzienną akcję rowerową. W Warszawie, Częstochowie, Krakowie, Rzeszowie i Wrocławiu rozdawaliśmy nasiona łąk kwietnych w podwójnych opakowaniach. Jedno dla Ciebie, drugie do podarowania dla bliskiej osoby. Bo idea szerzenia dobrych nawyków jest sercem naszego programu.
Do projektu dołączyła również Sylwia Majcher, dziennikarka i ekoedukatorka. Sylwia na swoim profilu na Instagramie dzieliła się poradami, jak w codziennym życiu pielęgnować dobre nawyki. Mogliśmy się dowiedzieć m.in. jak zakładać i prowadzić ogródki przydomowe, czy chociażby przetwarzać sezonowe owoce i warzywa.
O kampanii Podaj dalej mówiły media. Od lokalnych portali po ogólnopolskie serwisy. Patronat medialny nad kampanią objął portal Noise.
Ponadto w ramach kampanii przyznaliśmy granty edukacyjne dla 27 naszych miast partnerskich. W ramach nich nasze samorządy partnerskie mogły organizować inicjatywy edukacyjne, wydarzenia oraz spotkania. To dzięki nim wśród lokalnych społeczności promowaliśmy rolę zieleni w mieście, ale też ideę less waste i świadomego gospodarowania odpadami.
Ale to nie wszystko. Do akcji dołączyli również nasi pracownicy, którzy odwiedzili żłobki, przedszkola i szkoły. Wolontariusze i edukatorzy pokazywali, jak sadzić i dbać o łąki kwietne, rozmawiali o dobrych nawykach, a także o tym, jak dawać rzeczom drugie życie. Prawie 50 osób przeprowadziło lekcje dla blisko 1500 dzieci w 30 miejscowościach. Dodatkowo nasi pracownicy zasiali również wieloletnią łąkę kwietną przy oddziale w Jeleniej Górze.
Podaj dalej buduje zaangażowanie lokalnych społeczności, bo razem możemy więcej.
Najstarsze miasto w Polsce, stolica polskiego złota, chce być urzędem i jest urzędem na miarę XXI wieku, urzędem przyjaznym dla mieszkańców, ale i też urzędem przyjaznym cyfrowo. Przystąpiliśmy do pilotażu płatności w M-Obywatelu jako pierwsze miasto. Przyspiesza to pracę urzędu, dlatego chcemy iść dalej i poza tymi płatnościami w M-Obywatelu, płatnościami kartą, chcemy też wdrożyć wszystkie formularze elektroniczne. Dążymy do tego, żeby jak najmniej było papierologii, do tego, żeby nie odsyłać mieszkańca potem tradycyjny blankiet.
Regulowanie należności odbywa się często i coraz częściej bezgotówkowo. Daje nam to bezpieczeństwo, duży komfort, też takie poczucie nowoczesności obiektu. Uznajemy to za bardzo bezpieczne, bardzo wygodne, bardzo takie nowoczesne, a nasi mieszkańcy cieszą się, że mogą w ten sposób u nas korzystać z usług.
Cały czas jesteśmy gotowi na różne nowości technologiczne. Już w tym roku działa u nas w strefie płatnego parkowania możliwość płacenia bezgotówkowo. Chcemy, żeby ta codzienność odbywała się szybko, sprawnie, wygodnie, a przede wszystkim w sposób bezpieczny.
Jak się nie rozwijasz, to się cofasz. A przecież świat tak szybko idzie do przodu. Klienci mają coraz większe oczekiwania.
Dlatego jestem gotowy na zmiany. I oferuję im płatności bezgotówkowe.
Dołącz do tych, którzy zrobili już krok do przodu.
Tak dzisiaj brzmi biznes.
Sięgnij po terminal z programu Polska Bezgotówkowa za 0 zł i zyskaj więcej.
Tak jak drzewo, ty też potrzebujesz dobrych warunków, aby pięknie wzrastać. Dlatego dbamy o czyste powietrze wolne od smogu, o czystą wodę wolną od zanieczyszczeń i ścieków, o czystą zieleń nieskażoną odpadami i o czystą, dobrą energię prosto z natury. Dbamy o dobry klimat dla ciebie i dla całej Polski. Narodowy Fundusz Ochrony Środowiska i Gospodarki Wodnej.
Jeszcze do niedawna w Urzędzie Miasta i Gminy w Jutrosinie jeden telefon przypadał na niecałych 4 urzędników.
Gmina Jutrosin postanowiła to zmienić, a IDEA dostała zadanie, by to wykonać.
Stworzyliśmy wirtualną centralę i dostarczyliśmy telefony, a także nowe laptopy i monitory dla pracowników. I to wszystko widać, chociaż zmieniło się wiele więcej. Zmodernizowaliśmy sieć informatyczną LAN, wdrożyliśmy oprogramowanie do backupu, dostarczyliśmy licencję do UTM-a urzędu, przeprowadziliśmy szkolenie z cyberbezpieczeństwa, bo pracownicy urzędu dbają o aktualizowanie wiedzy także w tym zakresie. Stworzyliśmy też wirtualne środowisko cloud. Nie, chmur nie widać, ale są, ale nie widać. A, wiem, chcesz pewnie zapytać?
Ile zajęło wdrożenie?
7 dni.
Ile?
Tak, tydzień.
Postawiliśmy na rozwój, innowacje i możliwość dalszych modernizacji. Kwota przeznaczona na projekt Cyfrowa Gmina jest inwestycją w bezpieczeństwo danych i sprawną komunikację między mieszkańcami a urzędem.
Projekt grantowy Cyfrowa Gmina w ramach programu operacyjnego Polska Cyfrowa na lata 2014-2020.